Sonnets of this Century, edited and arranged by William Sharp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dedication, read by Algy Pug. Dedicated to the memory of Dante Gabriel Rossetti, whose glory it is to have done so much to strengthen the love of beauty in art, in literature, and in life. To D.G.R. 1. From out the darkness cometh never a sound. No voice doth reach us from the silent place. There is one goal beyond life's blindfold race, for victor and for victim. Burial ground. O friend, revered, beloved, mayst thou have found, beyond the shadowy gates, a yearning face, a beckoning hand to guide thee with swift pace from the dull wave Lethean gliding round. Hope dwelt with thee, not fear; faith, not despair. But little heed thou hadst of the grave's gloom. What though thy body lies so deeply there, where the land throbs with tidal surge and boom, thy soul doth breathe some paradisal air, and rest long sought thou hast, where amaranths bloom. 2. Yet even if death indeed, with pitiful sign, bade us drink deep of some oblivious draught, is it not well to know, ere we have quaffed the soul-deceiving poppied anodyne, that not in vain erewhile we drank the wine of life, that not all blankly or in craft of evil went the days wherein we laughed and joyed i' the sun, unknowing aught divine? Not so thy doom, whatever fate betide. Not so for thee, O poet heart and true, who fearless watched, as evermore it grew, the shadow of death creep closer to thy side, a glory with thy ebbing life withdrew, and we inherit now its deathless pride. William Sharp. End of dedication.
Section 1, Easter Eve by Henry Alvord. Read by Larry Wilson. I saw two women weeping by the tomb of one new buried, in a fair green place bowered with shrubs. The eve retained no trace of aught that day performed, but the faint gloom of dying day was spread upon the sky. The moon was broad and bright above the wood. The distance sounded of a multitude, music and shout and mingled revelry. At length came gleaming through the thicket shade helmet and casque, and a steel-armed band watched round the sepulchre in solemn stand. The night word passed, from man to man conveyed, and I could see those women rise and go, under the dark trees moving, sad and slow. End of Section 1. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 2. 3 Sonnets by William Allingham. Read by Suzanne Carroll. Autumnal Sonnet. Now autumn's fire burns slowly along the woods, and day by day the dead leaves fall and melt, and night by night the monitory blast wails in the keyhole, telling how it passed o'er empty fields, or upland solitudes, or grim wide wave. And now the power is felt of melancholy, tenderer in its moods than any joy indulgent summer dealt. Dear friends, together in the glimmering eve, pensive and glad, with tones that recognize the soft invisible dew in each one's eyes. It may be, somewhat thus we shall have leave to walk with memory, when distant lies poor earth, where we were wont to live and grieve. A daydream's reflection on the sunny shore, checkered with woven shadows as I lay among the grass, blinking the watery gleam, I saw an echo spirit in his bay, most idly floating in the noontide beam. Slow heaved his filmy skiff and fell with sway of ocean's giant pulsing, and the dream buoyed like the young moon on a level stream of greenish vapor at decline of day, swam airily, watching the distant flocks of seagulls, whilst a foot in careless sweep touched the clear trembling cool with tiny shocks, faint circling, till at last he dropped asleep, lulled by the hush song of the glittering deep, lap-lapping drowsily the heated rocks. After sunset. The vast and solemn company of clouds around the sun's death, lit, incarnadined, cool into ashy wan, as night enshrouds the level pasture, creeping up behind through voiceless vales, o'er lawn and purpled hill and hazed mead, her mystery to fulfill. Cows low from far-off farms, the loitering wind sighs in the hedge. You hear it if you will, though all the wood alive atop with wings, lifting and sinking through the leafy nooks, seethes with the clamor of 1,000 rooks. Now every sound at length is hushed away. These few are sacred moments. One more day drops in the shadowy gulf of bygone things. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 3. 3 Sonnets by Matthew Arnold. Read by Alan Mapstone. Sonnet 5. East London. 'Twas August, and the fierce sun overhead smote on the squalid streets of Bethnal Green, and the pale weaver through his windows seen in Spitalfields looked thrice dispirited. I met a preacher there I knew, and said, "Ill and o'erworked, how fare you in this scene?" "Bravely," said he, "for I of late have been much cheered with thoughts of Christ, the living bread. O human soul, as long as thou canst so set up a mark of everlasting light above the howling senses' ebb and flow, to cheer thee and to right thee if thou roam, not with lost toil thou labourest through the night. Thou mak'st the heaven thou hopest indeed thy home." Sonnet 6. Shakespeare. Others abide our question, thou art free. We ask and ask, thou smilest and art still, out-topping knowledge, for the loftiest hill, who to the stars uncrowns his majesty, planting his steadfast footsteps in the sea, making the heaven of heavens his dwelling place, spares but the cloudy border of his base to the foiled searching of mortality. And thou, who didst the stars and sunbeams know, self-schooled, self-scanned, self-honoured, self-secure, didst walk on earth unguessed at, better so. All pains the immortal spirit must endure, all weakness which impairs, all griefs which bow, find their sole voice in that victorious brow. Sonnet 7. Immortality. Foiled by our fellow men, depressed, outworn, we leave the brutal world to take its way, and patience, in another life, we say, the world shall be thrust down, and we upborne. And will not then the immortal armies scorn the world's poor routed leavings, or will they, who failed under the heat of this life's day, support the fervours of the heavenly morn? No, no. The energy of life may be kept on after the grave, but not begun. And he who flagged not in the earthly strife, from strength to strength advancing, only he, his soul well knit and all his battles won, mounts, and that hardly, to eternal life. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Four Sonnets by Alfred Austin, read by Adrian Stevens. 8. Love's Blindness. Now do I know that love is blind, for I can see no beauty on this beauteous earth, no life, no light, no hopefulness, no mirth, pleasure nor purpose, when thou art not nigh. Thy absence exiles sunshine from the sky, sears spring's maturity, checks summer's birth, leaves linnet's pipe as sad as plover's cry, and makes me in abundance find but dearth. But when thy feet flutter the dark, and thou with orient eyes dawnest on my distress, suddenly sings a bird on every bough, the heavens expand, the earth grows less and less, the ground is buoyant as the ether now, and all looks lovely in thy loveliness. 9. Love's Wisdom. Now on the summit of love's topmost peak kiss we and part. No further can we go, and better death than we from high to low should dwindle or decline from strong to weak. We have found all, there is no more to seek. All have we proved, no more is there to know, and time could only tutor us to eke out rapture's warmth with custom's afterglow. We cannot keep at such a height as this, for even straining souls like ours inhale but once in life so rarefied a bliss. What if we lingered till love's breath should fail? Heaven of my earth, one more celestial kiss, then down by separate pathways to the vale. 10. Unseasonable snows. The leaves have not yet gone. Then why do ye come, O white flakes falling from a dusky cloud? But yesterday my garden plot was proud with uncut sheaves of ripe chrysanthemum. Some trees the wind hath stripped, but look on some 'neath double load of snow and foliage bowed. A natural winter fashioning a shroud for autumn's burial, ere its pulse be numb. Yet nature plays not an inhuman part. In her our own vicissitudes we trace. Do we not cling to our accustomed place, though journeying death have beckoned us to start? And faded smiles oft linger in the face, while grief's first flakes fall silent on the heart. 11. A sleepless night. Within the hollow silence of the night, I lay awake and listened. I could hear planet with punctual planet chiming clear, and unto star cadencing aright. Nor these alone, cloistered from deafening sight, all things that are made music to my ear, hushed woods, dumb caves, and many a soundless mere, with arctic mains in rigid sleep locked tight. But ever with this chant from shore and sea, from singing constellation, humming thought, and life through time stops, blowing variously, a melancholy undertone was wrought, and from its boundless prison house I caught the awful wail of lone eternity. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 5, Old Year Leaves by Henry Thomas Mackenzie Bell, read by Dave Milliken. The leaves which in the autumn of the year fall auburn-tinted, leaving reft and bare their parent trees in many a sheltered lair, where winter waits and watches, cold, austere, will lie in drifts, and when the snowdrops cheer the woodland shadows, still the leaves are there, though through the glades the balmy southern air and birds and boughs proclaim that spring is here. So lost hopes, severed by the stress of life, lie all unburied yet before our eyes, though none but we regard their mute decay. And ever amid this stir and moil and strife, fresh aims and growing purposes arise, above the faded hopes of yesterday. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 6, Love's Depth, by Louisa S. Bevington, read by Stunning. Love's height is easy scaling. Sky's a lure. Who feels the day warmth needs must find it fair. Strong eagles ride the lofty sunlit air, risking no rivals while their wings endure. Yet is thy noblest still thy least secure? And failing thee, shall then thy love despair? Shall not thy heart more holily prepare some depth unfathomable, perfect pure? Say that to thee there come love's dreadful call, the downward swiftness of thy best to see. Say that he sin or sicken, what of thee? Are thine arms deeper yet to stay his fall? Scarcely love's utmost may in heaven be. To hell it reacheth, so 'tis love at all. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 7, Wishes of Youth, by Samuel Lamont Blanchard. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2023. Gaily and greenly let my seasons run. And should the war winds of the world uproot the sanctities of life, and its sweet fruit cast forth as fuel for the fiery sun, the dews be turned to ice, fair days begun in peace wear out in pain, and sounds that suit despair and discord keep hope's harp-string mute? Still, let me live as love and life were one. Still, let me turn on earth a childlike gaze, and trust the whispered charities that bring tidings of human truth. With inward praise, watch the weak motion of each common thing, and find it glorious. Still, let me raise on wintry wrecks an altar to the spring. End of section 7. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 8. 3 Sonnets by Matilda Blind. Read for LibriVox by Adrian Stevens. 15. The Dead. The dead abide with us, though stark and cold. Earth seems to grip them, they are with us still. They have forged our chains of being for good or ill, and their invisible hands these hands yet hold. Our perishable bodies are the mould, in which their strong imperishable will mortality's deep yearning to fulfil, hath grown incorporate through dim time untold. Vibrations infinite of life in death, as a star's travelling light survives its star, so may we hold our lives, that when we are the fate of those who then will draw this breath, they shall not drag us to their judgment bar, and curse the heritage which we bequeath. 16. Cleave thou the waves. Cleave thou the waves that weltering to and fro surge multitudinous, the eternal powers of sun, moon, stars, the air, the hurrying hours, the winged winds, the still dissolving show of clouds in calm or storm, for ever flow above thee, while the abysmal sea devours the untold dead insatiate, where it lowers o'er glooms unfathomed, limitless, below. No longer on the golden fretted sands, where many a shallow tide abortive chafes, mayest thou delay. Life onward sweeping blends with far-off heaven, the dauntless one who braves the perilous flood with calm, unswerving hands. The elements sustain, cleave thou the waves. 17. Christmas Eve. Alone with one fair star for company, the loveliest star among the hosts of night, while the grey tide ebbs with the ebbing light, I pace along the darkening wintry sea. Now, round the Yule log and the glittering tree, twinkling with festive tapers, eyes as bright, sparkle with Christmas joys and young delight, as each one gathers to his family. But I, away on earth where'er I roam, uprooted with life's bleeding hopes and fears, from that one heart that was my heart's sole home, feel the old pang pierce through the severing years, and, as I think upon the years to come, that fair star trembles through my falling tears. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Five Sonnets by Wilfred Scrowen Blunt. Read by Adrian Stevens. 18. An Exhortation. Why do we fret at the inconstancy of our frail hearts, which cannot always love? Time rushes onward, and we mortals move like waifs upon a river, neither free to halt or hurry. Sweet, if destiny throws us together for an hour, a day, in the backwater of this quiet bay, let us rejoice. Before us lies the sea, where we must all be lost in spite of love. We dare not stop to question. Happiness lies in our hand unsought, a treasure trove. Time has short patience of man's vain distress, and fate grows angry at too long delay, and floods rise fast, and we are swept away. 19. Vanitas Vanitatis. Lame, impotent conclusion to youth's dreams, vast as all heaven. See what glory lies entangled here in these base stratagems, what virtue done to death. Oh, glorious sighs, sublime beseechings, high cajoleries, fond wraths, brave raptures, all that sometime was our daily bread of gods beneath the skies. How are ye ended? In what utter loss? Time was, time is, and time is yet to come, till even time itself shall have an end. These were eternal, and, behold, a tomb. Come, let us laugh and eat and drink. God send what all the world must need one day, as we, speedy oblivion, rest for memory. 20. The pride of unbelief. When I complained that I had lost my hope of life eternal with eternal God, when I refused to read my horoscope in the unchanging stars, or claim abode with powers and dominations, but, poor clod, clung to the earth and grovelled in my tears, because I soon must lie beneath the sod and close the little number of my years. Then I was told that pride had barred the way, and raised this foul rebellion in my head. Yet, strange rebellion, I, but yesterday, was God's own Son in his own likeness bred, and thrice strange pride, who thus am cast away, and go forth lost and disinherited. 21. On the shortness of time. If I could live without the thought of death, forgetful of time's waste, the soul's decay, I would not ask for other joy than breath, with light and sound of birds and the sun's ray. I could sit on untroubled day by day, watching the grass grow and the wild flowers range from blue to yellow, and from red to grey, in natural sequence as the seasons change. I could afford to wait, but for the hurt of this dull tick of time which chides my ear. But now I dare not sit with loins ungirt and staff unlifted, for death stands too near. I must be up and doing, aye, each minute. The grave gives time for rest when we are in it. 22. The Sublime. To stand upon a windy pinnacle, beneath the infinite blue of the blue noon, and underfoot a valley terrible as that dim gulf, where sense and being swoon, when the soul parts a giant valley strewn with giant rocks asleep and vast and still and far away. The torrent, which has hewn his pathway through the entrails of the hill, now crawls along the bottom, and anon lifts up his voice, a muffled, tremulous roar, borne on the wind an instant, and then gone, back to the caverns of the middle air, a voice as of a nation overthrown, with beat of drums, when hosts have marched to war. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 10. Austen by William Lyle Bowles. Read by Ahsan Ahmed Mehdi. On hearing the bells at sea. How sweet the tuneful bells' responsive peal, as when at opening dawn the fragrant breeze touches the trembling sense of pale disease, so piercing to my heart their force I feel. And hark! With lessening cadence now they fall, and now along the white and level tide they fling their melancholy music wide, bidding me many a tender thought recall of summer days and those delightful years, when by my native streams in life's fair prime the mournful magic of their mingling chime first waked my wandering childhood into tears. But seeming now, when all those days are o'er, the sounds of joy once heard, and heard no more. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 11. Omnia Mutantur by Erasmus Henry Brodie. Read by Ahsan Ahmed Mehdi. Art thou less beautiful, or I more dull? O Nature, once my passion and delight, how shall I win thee? Is thy promise null? Or have I forfeited my ancient right? By me thy sky splendors are unwatched, by me thy changeful year unheeded flies. Glories of sunrise or of eve unmatched, changes but new delights to lovers' eyes. Time was, I thought, that thou to me hadst given the dearest boon imparted from above, the greener meadow and the bluer heaven, with a deep heart of wonder and of love. But now, the sharer of a common lot, I only wonder that I wonder not. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Requiescant by Oliver Maddox Brown. Read by Alan Mapstone. No more these passion-warm faces shall men's eyes behold in life. Death leaves no trace behind of their wild hate and wilder love, grown blind with desperate longing, more than the foam which lies splashed up a while where the cold spray descries the waves whereto their cold limbs were resigned. Yet ever doth the sea winds undefined vague wailing shudder with their dying sighs. For all men's souls twixt sorrow and love are cast, as on the earth each lingers his brief space, while surely nightfall comes, where each man's face in death's obliteration sinks at last, as a deserted wind-tossed sea's foam trace. Life's chilled boughs emptied by death's autumn blast. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 13. 5 Sonnets by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. The Soul's Expression. With stammering lips and insufficient sound, I strive and struggle to deliver right the music of my nature, day and night, with dream and thought and feeling interwound, and inly answering all the senses round, with octaves of a mystic depth and height, which step out grandly to the infinite from the dark edges of the sensual ground. This song of soul I struggle to outbear through portals of the sense, sublime and whole, and utter all myself into the air. But if I did it, as the thunder roll breaks its own cloud, my flesh would perish there before that dread apocalypse of soul. Sonnets from the Portuguese, number 14. If thou must love me, let it be for naught, except for love's sake only. Do not say, I love her for her smile, her look, her way of speaking gently, for a trick of thought that falls in well with mine, and certes brought a sense of pleasant ease on such a day. For these things in themselves, beloved, may be changed, or changed for thee, and love so wrought may be unwrought so. Neither love me for thine own dear pity's wiping my cheeks dry. A creature might forget to weep who bore thy comfort long, and lose thy love thereby. But love me for love's sake, that evermore thou mayest love on through love's eternity. Sonnets from the Portuguese, number 17. My poet, thou canst touch on all the notes God set between his after and before, and strike up and strike off the general roar of the rushing worlds, a melody that floats in a serene air purely. Antidotes of medicated music, answering for mankind's forlornest uses, thou canst pour from thence into their ears. God's will devotes thine to such ends, and mine to wait on thine. How, dearest, wilt thou have me for most use? A hope to sing by gladly, or a fine sad memory with thy songs to interfuse? A shade in which to sing, of palm or pine, a grave on which to rest from singing? Choose. Sonnets from the Portuguese, number 22. When our two souls stand up erect and strong, face to face, silent, drawing nigh and nigher, until the lengthening wings break into fire at either curved point, what bitter wrong can the earth do to us, that we should not long be here contented? Think, in mounting higher, the angels would press on us and aspire to drop some golden orb of perfect song into our deep, dear silence. Let us stay rather on earth, beloved, where the unfit, contrarious moods of men recoil away and isolate pure spirits, and permit a place to stand and love in for a day, with darkness and the death hour rounding it. Sonnets from the Portuguese, number 43. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely as men strive for right. I love thee purely as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs, and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life, and if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. End of section 13. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 14. 2 Sonnets by Robert Browning, read by Alan Mapstone. Sonnet 31, Helen's Tower. Who hears of Helen's Tower may dream perchance how the Greek beauty from the Scaean gate gazed on old friends unanimous in hate, death doomed because of her fair countenance. Hearts would leap otherwise at thy advance, lady, to whom this tower is consecrate. Like hers, thy face once made all eyes elate, yet, unlike hers, was blessed by every glance. The tower of hate is outworn far and strange, a transitory shame of long ago. It dies into the sand from which it sprang, but thine, love's rock-built tower, shall fear no change. God's self laid stable earth's foundations so, when all the morning stars together sang. Sonnet 32. An Answer. To the question, why am I a liberal? Why? Because all I haply can and do, all that I am now, all I hope to be. Whence comes it, save from fortune setting free, body and soul the purpose to pursue, God traced for both? If fetters, not a few, of prejudice, convention, fall from me, these shall I bid men, each in his degree, also God-guided, bear, and gaily too. But little do or can the best of us. That little is achieved through liberty. Who then dares hold, emancipated thus, his fellow shall continue bound? Not I, who live, love, labour freely, nor discuss a brother's right to freedom. That is why. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 15. 2 Sonnets by Robert Buchanan, read for LibriVox by Adrian Stevens. 33. When we are all asleep. When he returns, and finds all sleeping here, some old, some young, some fair, and some not fair, will he stoop down and whisper in each ear, "Awaken!" or, for pity's sake, forbear, saying, "How shall I meet their frozen stare of wonder and their eyes so woe-begone? How shall I comfort them in their despair if they cry out, 'Too late, let us sleep on'? Perchance he will not wake us up, but when he sees us look so happy in our rest, will murmur, 'Poor dead women and dead men, dire was their doom and weary was their quest. Wherefore awake them into life again. Let them sleep on untroubled. It is best.'" 34. Quiet Waters. O rainbow, rainbow, on the livid height, softening its ashen outline into dream, dewy yet brilliant, delicately bright as pink wild roses' leaves, why dost thou gleam so beckoningly? Whom dost thou invite still higher upward on the bitter quest? What dost thou promise to the weary sight in that strange region whence thou issuest? Speak'st thou of pensive runlets by whose side our dear ones wander, sweet and gentle-eyed, in the soft dawn of a diviner day? Art thou a promise? Come, those hues and dyes from heavenly meads, near which thou dost arise, irised from quiet waters far away. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 16. On Echo and Silence by Sir Samuel Egerton Bridges. Read by Ashley Elizabeth Reed. In eddying course, when leaves begin to fly, and autumn in her lap the store to strew, as mid wild scenes I chance the muse to woo, through glens untrod and woods that frowned on high, two sleeping nymphs with wonder mute I spy. And lo, she's gone, in robe of dark green hue. 'Twas Echo from her sister Silence flew, for quick the hunter's horn resounded to the sky. In shade affrighted, Silence melts away. Not so her sister, hark, for onward still, with far-heard step, she takes her lingering way, bounding from rock to rock and hill to hill. Ah, mark the merry maid in mockful play, with thousand mimic tones the laughing forest fill. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17. Shelley by Lord Byron. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Sonnet 36. Eternal spirit of the chainless mind, brightest in dungeons, liberty thou art, for there thy habitation is the heart which love of thee alone can bind. And when thy sons to fetters are consigned, to fetters and the damp vault's rayless gloom, their country conquers with their martyrdom, and freedom's fame finds wings on every wind. Shelley, thy prison is a holy place, and thy sad floor an altar, for 'twas trod, until his very steps have left a trace, worn as if thy cold pavement were a sod, by Bon Iver. May none those marks efface, for they appeal from tyranny to God. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 18. Two poems by Hall Caine. Performed by Bob Gonzalez. 37. Where Lies the Land? Wordsworth. Where lies the land to which thy soul would go? Beyond the wearied wold, the songless dell, the purple grape and golden asphodel, beyond the zone where streams baptismal flow, where lies the land of which thy soul would know? There where the unvexed senses darkling dwell, where never haunting, hurrying footfall fell, where toil is not, nor builded hope laid low. Rest, rest. To thy hushed realm how one by one old earth's tired ages steal away and weep, forgotten or unknown, long duty done. Ah, God, when death in seeming peace shall steep life's loud turmoil, and time his race hath run, shall heart of man at length find rest and sleep? 38. After Sunset. Vocal yet voiceless, lingering, lambent, white with the wide wings of evening on the fell, the tranquil vale, the enchanted citadel. Another day swoons to another night. Speak low. From bare Blencathra's purple height the sound of the gill falls furled, and loath to go, a continent of cloud its plated snow wears far away athwart a lake of light. Is it the craft of hell that while we lie enshaded, lulled, beneath heaven's breezeless sky, the garrulous clangors and assoiled shows of London's burrowing mazes haunt us yet? City, forgive me. Mother of joys and woes, thy shadow is here, and lo, our eyes are wet. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 19. The Haunted Shore by Wathen Marks Wilkes Call. Read by Ashley Elizabeth Reed. I walked at sunset by the lonely waves, when autumn stood about me, gold and brown. I watched the great red sun in clouds go down, an orient king that mid his bronzed slaves dies, leaning on his scepter with his crown. A hollow moaning from innumerous caves, in green and glassy darkness sunk below, told of some grand and ancient deed of woe, of murdered kings that sleep in weltering graves, still throw the sunshine wavering to and fro. With sails all set, the little vessels glide, mild is the eve, and mild the ebbing tide. Odd yet, that hollow moaning will not go, nor the old fears that with the sea abide. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 20. First Sight of Spring by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The hazel blooms in threads of crimson hue peep through the swelling buds, foretelling spring, ere yet a whitethorn leaf appears in view, or March finds throstles pleased enough to sing. To the old touchwood tree woodpeckers cling a moment, and their harsh tone notes renew. In happier mood the stock-dove claps his wing. The squirrel sputters up the powdered oak, with tail cocked o'er his head and ears erect, startled to hear the woodman's understroke. And with the courage which his fears collect, he hisses fierce, half malice and half glee, leaping from branch to branch about the tree, in winter's foliage, moss and lichens decked. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 21. The Assignation by Herbert E. Clark. Read by Benjamin Harton. The darkness throbbed that night with the great heat, and my heart throbbed at thought of what should be. The house was dumb, the lock slid silently. I only heard the night's hot pulses beat around me as I sped with quiet feet down the dark corridors, and once the sea moaned in its slumber, and I stayed, but she came forth to meet me, lily white and sweet. Was there a man's soul ever worth her kiss? Silent and still I stood, and she drew near, and her lips mixed with mine, and her sweet breath fanned my hot face, and afterward I wis. What the sea said to us I did not hear, but now I know it spake of doom and death. King of Kings. O death, 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 thou art the Lord of all, and at thy darkened shrine I bow mine head. In this thy temple, where for thee are shed man's blood and tears, God's kings and temples fall. Thy reign, O Lord, is immemorial. Ever thou waxest stronger and more dread. More populous grows thy kingdom of the dead, and joy and love and hope thou hast in thrall. We follow vain desires and idle things. We vex our souls with hollow hopes and fears. We dread the future and regret the past. Thou comest, O Almighty, King of Kings, and stillest all the tumult of the years, and takest each babbler to thy breast at last. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 22. 5 Sonnets by Hartley Coleridge. Read by Moon Lilith. 43. The Birth of Speech. What was't awakened first? The untried ear of that sole man who was all humankind? Was it the gladsome welcome of the wind, stirring the leaves that never yet were sere? The 4 mellifluous streams which flowed so near, their lulling murmurs all in one combined? The note of bird unnamed, the startled hind bursting the brake in wonder, not in fear, of her new lord? Or did the holy ground send forth mysterious melody to greet the gracious pressure of immaculate feet? Did viewless seraphs rustle all around, making sweet music out of air as sweet? Or his own voice awake him with its sound? 44. Prayer. There's an awful quiet in the air, and the sad earth, with moist, imploring eye, looks wide and wakeful at the pondering sky, like patience, slow subsiding to despair. But see, the blue smoke as a voiceless prayer, sole witness of a secret sacrifice, unfolds its tardy wreaths and multiplies its soft chameleon breathings in the rare capacious ether. So it fades away, and naught is seen beneath the pendant blue, the undistinguishable waste of day. So have I dreamed, oh, may the dream be true, that praying souls are purged from mortal hue, and grow as pure as he to whom they pray. 45. Night. The crackling embers on the hearth are dead. The indoor note of industry is still. The latch is fast. Upon the window-sill the small birds wait not for their daily bread. The voiceless flowers, how quietly they shed their nightly odors, and the household rill murmurs continuous dulcet sounds that fill the vacant expectation and the dread of listening night. And haply now she sleeps, for all the garrulous noises of the air are hushed in peace. The soft dew silent weeps, like hopeless lovers for a maid so fair. Oh, that I were the happy dream that creeps to her soft heart, to find my image there. 46. Not in vain. Let me not deem that I was made in vain, or that my being was an accident, which fate, in working its sublime intent, not wished to be, to hinder would not deign. Each drop, uncounted, in a storm of rain, hath its own mission, and is duly sent to its own leaf or blade, not idly spent mid myriad dimples on the shipless main. The very shadow of an insect's wing, for which the violet cared not while it stayed, yet felt the lighter for its vanishing, proved that the sun was shining by its shade. Then can a drop of the eternal spring, shadow of living lights, in vain be made? 47. November. The mellow year is hastening to its close. The little birds have almost sung their last. Those small notes twitter in the dreary blast, that shrill piped harbinger of early snows, the patient beauty of the scentless rose. Oft with the morn's hoar crystal, quaintly glassed, hangs a pale mourner for the summer past, and makes a little summer where it grows, in the chill sunbeam of the faint, brief day. The dusky waters shudder as they shine. The russet leaves obstruct the straggling way of oozy brooks, which no deep banks define, and the gaunt woods, in ragged, scant array, wrap their old limbs with somber ivy twine. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 23. To Nature by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Read by Algy Pug. It may indeed be fantasy when I essay to draw from all created things deep, heartfelt, inward joy that closely clings, and trace in leaves and flowers that round me lie lessons of love and earnest piety. So let it be, and if the wide world rings in mock of this belief, to me it brings nor fear, nor grief, nor vain perplexity. So will I build my altar in the fields, and the blue sky my fretted dome shall be, and the sweet fragrance that the wild flower yields shall be the incense I will yield to thee. Thee only, God! And thou shalt not despise even me, the priest of this poor sacrifice. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 24. Phantasmian's Quest of Irene by Sarah Coleridge. Read by Stunning. Yon changeful cloud will soon thy aspect wear. So bright it grows, and now by light wind shaken, O ever seen, yet ne'er to be o'ertaken! Those waving branches seem thy billowy hair. The cypress glades recall thy pensive air. Slow rills that wind like snakes amid the grass. Thine eyes' mild sparkle fling me as they pass. Yet murmuring cry, this fruitless quest forbear. Nay, e'en amid the cataract's loud storm, where foamy torrents from the crags are leaping, methinks I catch swift glimpses of thy form, thy robe's light folds in airy tumult sweeping. Then silent are the falls, mid colors warm, gleams the bright maze beneath their splendor sweeping. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 25. Cleopatra by Bessie Craigmile. Read by Alan Mapstone. Lo, this is she that ruled the world. Draw near. Over her lowers the shadow of sudden death. Tomorrow, without heartbeat, pulse, or breath, Octavian's band shall find her lying here. There at her side, among the fig leaf sere, coils the Cerastes hid, unseen by us. Yet is, within those great eyes luminous, no fear, nor any moment's touch of fear. Let be. She is but tracing back the path trod through the life that is to end this night, thinking of all the dead day's dear delight, lute music, wine cup, dance, and revelry, the sensuous stillness of the scented bath, lip touch and clasp, and arms of Antony. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 26. Guns of Peace by Dinah Maria Craik. Read by Alan Mapstone. Sunday night, March 30th, 1856. Ghosts of dead soldiers in the battle slain, ghosts of dead heroes dying nobler far, in the long patience of inglorious war, of famine, cold, heat, pestilence, and pain. All ye whose loss makes up our vigorous gain. This quiet night, as sounds the cannon's tongue, do ye look down the trembling stars among, viewing our peace and war with like disdain? Or, wiser grown since reaching those new spheres, smile ye on those poor bones ye sowed as seed, for this our harvest, nor regret the deed? Yet lift one cry with us to heavenly ears, strike with thy bolt the next red flag unfurled, and make all wars to cease throughout the world. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Three Sonnets by Sir Aubrey Hunt de Vere. Read by Adrian Stevens. 52. The Rock of Cashel. Royal and saintly Cashel, I would gaze upon the wreck of thy departed powers, not in the dewy light of matin hours, nor the meridian pomp of summer's blaze, but at the close of dim autumnal days, when the sun's parting glance through slanting showers sheds o'er thy rock-throned battlements and towers such awful gleams as brighten o'er decay's prophetic cheek. At such a time, methinks, there breathes from thy lone courts and voiceless aisles a melancholy moral, such as sinks on the lone traveller's heart, amid the piles of vast Persepolis on her mountain stand, or Thebes half buried in the desert sand. 53. The right use of prayer. Therefore, when thou wouldst pray, or dost thine alms, blow not a trump before thee. Hypocrites do thus, vaingloriously. The common streets boast of their largesse, echoing their psalms. On such the Lord of men, like unctuous balms, falls with sweet savour. Impious counterfeits, prating of heaven, for earth their bosom beats. Grasping at weeds, they lose immortal palms. God needs not iteration, nor vain cries, that man communion with his God might share. Below, Christ gave the ordinance of prayer. Vague ambages and witless ecstasies avail not. Ere a voice to prayer be given, the heart should rise on wings of love to heaven. 54. The Children Band, The Crusaders, number 5. All holy influences dwell within the breast of childhood. Instincts fresh from God inspire it. Ere the heart beneath the rod of grief hath bled or caught the plague of sin, how mighty was that fervour which could win its way to infant souls, and was the sod of Palestine by infant Croesus trod? Like Joseph went they forth, or Benjamin, in all their touching beauty to redeem, and did their soft lips kiss the sepulchre? Alas, the lovely pageant, as a dream, faded. They sank not through ignoble fear, they felt not Moslem steel. By mountain, stream, in sands, in fens they died, no mother near. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 28. 5 Sonnets by Aubrey Thomas de Vere. Read by Adrian Stevens. 55. The Sun God. I saw the master of the sun. He stood high in his luminous car, himself more bright. An archer of immeasurable might, on his left shoulder hung his quivered load. Spurned by his steeds, the eastern mountains glowed. Forward his eager eye, and brow of light he bent. And, while both hands that arch embowed, shaft after shaft pursued the flying night. No wings profaned that godlike form. Around his neck, high held an ever-moving crowd of locks hung glistening, while such perfect sound fell from his bowstring that the ethereal dome thrilled as a dewdrop, and each passing cloud expanded, whitening like the ocean foam. 56. The Setting of the Moon near Corinth. From that dejected brow in silence beaming, a light it seems too feeble to retain, a sad calm, tearful light through vapours gleaming, slowly thou sinkest on the Aegean main. To me an image, in thy placid seeming, of some fair mourner who will not complain, of one whose cheek is pale, whose eyes are streaming, whose sighs are heaved unheard, not heaved in vain. And yet, what power is thine, as thou dost sink, down sliding slow along that azure hollow, the great collected deep thy course doth follow, amorous the last of those faint smiles to drink, and all his lifted fleets in thee obey, the symbol of an unpresuming sway. 57. Her beauty. A tranced beauty dwells upon her face, a lustrous summer calm of peace and prayer, In those still eyes the keenest gaze can trace no sad disturbance and no touch of care. Peace rests upon her lips, and forehead fair, and temples unadorned. A cloistral grace says to the gazer overbold, beware! Yet love hath made her breast his dwelling place. An awful night abideth with the pure, and theirs the only wisdom from above. She seems to listen to some strain obscure of music in sidereal regions wove, or to await some more transcendent dower from heaven descending on her like a dove. 58. Sorrow. Count each affliction, whether light or grave, God's messenger sent down to thee. Do thou with courtesy receive him, rise and bow, and, ere his shadow pass thy threshold, crave permission first his heavenly feet to lave. Then lay before him all thou hast. Allow no cloud of passion to usurp thy brow, or mar thy hospitality, no wave of mortal tumult to obliterate the soul's marmoreal calmness. Grief should be like joy, majestic, equable, sedate, confirming, cleansing, raising, making free, strong to consume small troubles, to commend great thoughts, grave thoughts, thoughts lasting to the end. 59. National apostasy. Trampling a dark hill, a red sun athwart, I saw a host that rent their clothes and hair, and dashed their spread hands against that sunset glare, and cried, Go from us, God, since God thou art! Utterly from our coasts and towns depart! Court, camp, and senate hall, and mountain bare, our pomp thou troublest, and our feast doth scare, and with thy temples dost confuse our mart. Depart thou from our hearing and our seeing, depart thou from the works and ways of men, their laws, their thoughts, the inmost of their being. Black nightmare hence, that earth may breathe again. Can God depart? I said. A voice replied, close by, Not so, each sin at heart is deicide. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 29. Humanity by Richard Watson Dixon. There is a soul above the soul of each, a mightier soul which yet to each belongs. There is a sound made of all human speech, and numerous as the concourse of all songs. And in that soul lives each, in each that soul, though all the ages are its lifetime vast. Each soul that dies, in its most sacred whole, receiveth life that shall forever last. And thus forever, with a wider span, humanity o'erarches time and death. Man can elect the universal man, and live in life that ends not with his breath, and gather glory that increases still, till time his glass with death's last dust shall fill. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 30. 3 Sonnets by Sidney Thompson Dobell. Read by Alan Mapstone. The Army Surgeon. Over that breathing waste of friends and foes, the wounded and the dying, hour by hour, in will 1,000, yet but one in power, he labours through the red and groaning day. The fearful moorland where the myriads lay moves as a moving field of mangled worms. And as a raw brood orphaned in the storms thrust up their heads if the wind bend a spray above them, but when the bare branch performs no sweet paternal office, sink away with helpless chirp of woe, so as he goes, around his feet in clamorous agony they rise and fall, and all the seething plain bubbles a cauldron vast of many-coloured pain. The Common Grave. Last night beneath the foreign stars I stood, and saw the thoughts of those at home go by to the great grave upon the hill of blood. Upon the darkness they went visibly, each in the vesture of its own distress. Among them there came one, frail as a sigh, and like a creature of the wilderness, dug with her bleeding hands. She neither cried nor wept, nor did she see the many stark and dead that lay unburied at her side. All night she toiled, and at that time of dawn, when day and night do change their more and less, and day is more, I saw the melting dark stir to the last, and knew she laboured on. Home in wartime. She turned the fair page with her fairer hand, more fair and frail than it was wont to be. O'er each remembered thing he loved to see, she lingered, and as with a fairy's wand, enchanted it to order. Oft she fanned new motes into the sun, and as a bee sings through a brake of bells, so murmured she, and so her patient love did understand the reliquary room. Upon the sill she fed his favourite bird. Ah, robin, sing, he loves thee. Then she touches a sweet string of soft recall, and towards the eastern hill smiles all her soul. For him who cannot hear the raven croaking at his carrion ear. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 31. Don Quixote by Austin Dobson. Read by Alan Mapstone. Behind thy pasteboard on thy battered hack, thy lean cheek striped with plaster to and fro, thy long spear levelled at the unseen foe, and doubtful Sancho trudging at thy back, thou wert a figure strange enough, good lack, to make wise acredom, both high and low, rub purblind eyes, and, having watched thee go, dispatch its dogberries upon thy track. Alas, poor knight! Alas, poor soul possessed! Yet would to-day, when courtesy grows chill, and life's fine loyalties are turned to jest, some fire of thine might burn within us still. Ah, would but one might lay his lance in rest, and charge in earnest, were it but a mill. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 32. Two Sonnets by Thomas Doubleday. Read by Stunning. The Sea Cave. Hardly we breathe, although the air be free, How massively doth awful nature pile the living rock like some cathedral aisle, sacred to silence and the solemn sea. How that clear pool lies sleeping tranquilly, and under its glass surface seems to smile, with many hues, a mimic grove the while of foliage, submarine shrub, flower, and tree. Beautiful scene, and fitted to allure the printless footsteps of some sea-born maid, who here with her green tresses disarrayed, mid the clear bath, unfearing and secure, may sport at noontide in the cavern shade, cold as the shadow, as the waters pure. Angling. Go, take thine angle, and with practised line, light as the gossamer the current sweep, and if thou failest in the calm still deep, in the rough eddy may the prize be thine. Say thou'rt unlucky where the sunbeams shine, beneath the shadow where the waters creep, perchance the monarch of the brook shall leap, for fate is ever better than design. Still persevere, the giddiest breeze that blows for thee may blow, with fame and fortune rife. Be prosperous, and what wreck if it arose out of some pebble with the stream at strife, or that the light wind dallied with the boughs? Thou art successful. Such is human life. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 33, 5 Sonnets by Edward Dowden, read by Scotty Smith. An interior. The grass around my limbs is deep and sweet. Yonder the house has lost its shadow wholly. The blinds are dropped, and softly now and slowly the day flows in and floats, a calm retreat of tempered light where fair things meet. White busts and marble Dian make it holy. Within a niche hangs Durer's melancholy, brooding, and should you enter, there will greet your sense with vague allurement affluence faint. Of one magnolia bloom, fair fingers draw from the piano Chopin's heart complaint. Alone, white-robed she sits, a fierce macaw, on the veranda, proud of plume and paint, screams, insolent despot, showing beak and claw. Evening near the sea. Light ebbs from off the earth. The fields are strange, dark, trackless, tenantless. Now the mute sky resigns itself to night and memory, and no wind will yon sunken clouds derange. No glory enrapture them. From cot or grange the rare voice ceases. One long-breathed sigh, and steeped in summer sleep the world must lie. All things are acquiescing in the change. Hush, while the vaulted hollow of the night deepens. What voice is this the sea sends forth? Disconsolate iterance, a passionless moan? Ah, now the day is gone, and tyrannous light and the calm presence of fruit-bearing earth. Cry, sea, it is thy hour. Thou art alone. Awakening. With brain o'erworn, with heart a summer clod, with eye so practised in each form around, and all forms mean, to glance above the ground, irks it. Each day of many days we plod, tongue-tied and deaf, along life's common road. But suddenly, we know not how, a sound of living streams, an odor, a flower crowned with dew, a lark upspringing from the sod, and we awake, O joy of deep amaze! Beneath the everlasting hills we stand, we hear the voices of the morning seas, and earnest prophesyings in the land, while from the open heaven leans forth at gaze the encompassing great cloud of witnesses. 2 Infinities. A lonely way, and as I went, my eyes could not unfasten from the spring's sweet things, lush-sprouted grass, and all that climbs and clings in loose, deep hedges where the primrose lies in her own fairness. Buried blooms surprise the plunderer bee and stop his murmurings, and the glad flutter of a finch's wings outstartle small blue-speckled butterflies. Blissfully did one speedwell plot beguile my whole heart long. I loved each separate flower, kneeling. I looked up suddenly. Dear God! There stretched the shining plain for many a mile. The mountains rose with what invincible power, and how the sky was fathomless and broad. Brother Death, when thou wouldst have me go with thee, O Death, over the utmost verge, to the dim place, practice upon me with no amorous grace of fawning lips, and words of delicate breath, and curious music thy lute uttereth. Nor think for me there must be sought-out ways of cloud and terror. Have we many days sojourned together, and is this thy faith? Nay, be there plainness twixt us. Come to me even as thou art, O brother of my soul. Hold thy hand out, and I will place mine there. I trust thy mouth's inscrutable irony, and dare to lay my forehead where the whole shadow lies deep of thy purpureal hair. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 34. Rest by John Charles Earl. Read by Stunning. The boat is hauled upon the hardening sand. The mist is gathering o'er the dim morass. The kine are couching on the daisied grass, and in their stalls the champing horses stand. No plash of brine along the darkling strand, no light winds play the reed pipes as they pass. The moonlit deep is glittering like glass, and all things yield to stilly night's command. O balmy hours of silver sheen and dew shall not belie you save this laboring breast, the soul alone to nature be untrue, and still of what she hath not go in quest. Just now ye spake, speak those words anew. Wait, weary heart, soon thou shalt also rest. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 35. Fountains Abbey by Ebenezer Elliott. Read by Bruce Kachuk. Abbey, forever smiling pensively, how like a thing of nature dost thou rise amid her loveliest works, as if the skies, clouded with grief, were arched thy roof to be, and the tall trees were copied all from thee, mourning thy fortunes, while the waters dim flow like the memory of thy evening hymn, beautiful in their sorrowing sympathy, as if they with a weeping sister wept. Winds, name thy name. But thou, though sad, art calm, and time with thee his plighted troth hath kept, for harebells deck thy brow, and at thy feet where sleep the proud, the bee and redbreast meet, mixing thy sighs with nature's lonely psalm. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 36. Silence by Joseph Ellis. Read by Algy Pug. Hush, hush. It is the charm of nothingness, a sweet estate wherein there is no sweet, a music true, though no vibrations beat, a passive mistress, cold and passionless, bestowing not, yet having power to bless, until, in holy love, we kiss her feet. O joy, wherein no soul a friend may greet! O thou that giv'st no comfort in distress! Why do we love thee, Silence? Art thou, then, the mystic, ghostly mother of mankind, from forth whose womb we sprang without a throe? To thee resort for rest and peace all men. In thy embrace serene, pure joy they find. Art thou the very heaven whereto we go? End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 37. 3 Sonnets by Harry Ellison. Read by Alicia Wellman. A Sunset Thought. The sun is burning with intensest light behind yon grove, and in the golden glow of unconsuming fire it doth show, like to the bush in which to Moses' sight the Lord appeared. And oh, am I not right in thinking that he reappears even now to me in the old glory? And I bow my head in wonder hushed before his might. Yea, this whole world so vast to faith's clear eye is but that burning bush full of his power, his light and glory, not consumed thereby, but made transparent, till in each least flower, yea, in each smallest leaf, she can descry his spirit shining through it visibly. London after midnight. Silence broods o'er the mighty Babylon, and darkness, his twin brother, with him keeps his solemn watch. The wearied city sleeps, and solitude, strange contrast, muses on the fate of man there, whence the crowd anon will scare her with life's tumult. The great deeps of human thought are stirless, yet there creeps, as 'twere a far-off hum, scarce heard, then gone. On the still air 'tis the great heart doth move and beat at intervals, soon from its sleep to start refreshed. O thou who rulest above, be with it in its dreams, and let it keep awake the spirit of pure peace and love, which thou breathest through it now, so still and deep. Sunset. The golden footprints of departing day are fading from the ocean silently, and twilight, stealing onward, halves the sky. One after one they fade in light away, while with 1,000 songs the earth doth say farewell, uplifting all her mountains high, to catch the last reflections ere they die, as one by one their peaks grow cold and gray. Yon orb that hangs upon the ocean's rim looks Janus-like both back and forward too, and while it fades here to earth's evening hymn, it brightens from afar o'er regions new, unto the songs of morning raised to him, who thus twixt night and day the great line drew. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 38. 2 Sonnets by Frederick William Faber, read by Patrick Alejandrino. Socrates. Of making many books there is no end, and much study is an affliction of the flesh. Thou, mighty heathen, wert not so bereft of heavenly helps to thy great-hearted deeds, that thou shouldst dig for truths in broken creeds, mid the loose sands of 4 old empires left. Motions and shadows dimly glowing fell on thy broad soul from forms invisible. With its plain grandeur, simple, calm, and free, what wonder was it that thy life should merit sparkles of grace and angel ministry, with jealous glimpses of the world of spirit? Greatest and best in this, that thy pure mind, upon its saving mission all intent, scorned the untruth of leaving books behind, to claim for thine what through thy lips was sent. On the ramparts at Angoulême. Why art thou speechless, O thou setting sun? Speak to this earth, speak to this listening scene, where Charente flows among the meadows green, and in his gilded waters one by one, the inverted minarets of poplar quake with expectation, until thou shalt break the intolerable silence. See, he sinks without a word, and his ensanguined bier is vacant in the west, while far and near, behold, each coward shadow eastward shrinks. Thou dost not strive, O sun, nor dost thou cry amid thy cloud-built streets, but meek and still, thou dost the type of Jesus best fulfill, a noiseless revelation in the sky. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 39, Ad Matram, read by Gloria Lowry. Oft in the after days, when thou and I have fallen from the scope of human view, when both together under the sweet sky we sleep beneath the daisies and the dew, men will recall thy gracious presence bland, conning the pictured sweetness of thy face, will pore o'er paintings by thy plastic hand, and vaunt thy skill, and tell thy deeds of grace. Oh, may they then, who crown thee with true bays, saying, what love unto her son she bore, make this addition to thy perfect praise, nor ever yet was mother worshipped more. So shall I live with thee, and thy dear fame shall link my love unto thine honored name. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 40, In Prospect of Death, by William Freeland, read by Brusca Chuck. When I shall die, and be it late or soon, let merciful memories be my only shroud. Think me a light, veiled in a morning cloud, living to knowledge like a finished moon, though nothing here to other lands a boon. Nor let my death give triumph to the proud. By your weak tears be happy with the crowd, who, spite of woe, are seldom out of tune. Wise in the common instinct, be ye glad. There's some redemption in the doom of death, that cuts us from new sins. Sweet mercy's plan. Yet if for me you be sincerely sad, do this sweet homage to my valued breath. Ease the sad burden of some living man.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 41. 2 Sonnets by Richard Garnett. Age. I will not rail or grieve when torpid eld frosts the slow journeying blood, for I shall see the lovelier leaves hang yellow on the tree, the nimbler brooks in icy fetters held. Methinks the aged eye that first beheld the fitful ravage of December wild, then knew himself indeed dear Nature's child, seeing the common doom that all compelled. No kindred we to her beloved broods, if, dying these, we drew a selfish breath, but one path travel all her multitudes, and none disputes the solemn voice that saith, Sun to thy setting, to your autumn woods, stream to thy sea, and man unto thy death. Dante. Poet, whose unscarred feet have trodden hell, by what grim path and dread environing of fire couldst thou that dauntless footstep bring and plant it firm amid the dolorous cell of darkness where perpetually dwell the spirits cursed beyond imagining? Or else is thine a visionary wing, and all thy terror but a tale to tell? Neither, and both, thou seeker. I have been no wilder path than thou thyself dost go, close masked in an impenetrable screen, which, having rent, I gaze around, and know what tragic wastes of gloom, before unseen, curtain the soul that strives and sins below. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 42, Sonnet 84, Intramuros, by Mary Clarissa Gillington. Read by Mary Jane Hieronymo. At last 'tis gone, the fever of the day. Thank God, there comes an end to everything. Under the night clouds deep and shadowing, the noises of the city drift away through sultry streets and alleys, and the gray fogs round the great cathedral rise and cling. I long and long, but no desire will bring against my face the keen wind salt with spray. Oh, far away, green waves, your voices call, your cool lips kiss the wild and weedy shore, and out upon the sea line sails are brown, white seabirds crying hover, soft shades fall, deep waters dimple round the dripping oar, and last rays light the little fishing town. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 43, 3 Sonnets by Edmund William Gosse. Read by Todd. On a lute found in a sarcophagus. What curled and scented sun-girls, almond-eyed, with lotus blossoms in their hands and hair, have made their swarthy lovers call them fair, with these spent strings, when brutes were deified, and Memnon in the sunrise sprang and cried, and love-wind smote Bubastis, and the bare black breasts of Carven bashed received the prayer of suppliants bearing gifts from far and wide. This lute has outsung Egypt, all the lives of violent passion, and the vast calm art that lasts in granite only, all lie dead. This little bird of song alone survives, as fresh as when its fluting smote the heart, last time the brown slave wore it garlanded. Alcyone, a sonnet in dialogue. What voice is this that wails above the deep? A Weiss, that mourns her fate and loveless days. What love lies buried in these waterways? A husband, hurried to eternal sleep. Cease, O beloved, cease to wail and weep. Wherefore? The waters in a fiery blaze proclaim the Godhead of my healing rays. No God can sow where fate has stood to reap. Hold wringing hands, cease piteous tears to fall. But grief must reign and glut the passionate sea. Thou shalt forget this ocean and thy wrong, and I will bless the dead thou past recall. What canst thou give to me, or him in me? A name in story, and a light in song. The Tomb of Sophocles. A bounding satyr, golden in the beard, that leaps with goat feet high into the air, and crushes from the time an odor rare, keeps watch around the marble tomb revered of Sophocles, the poet loved and feared, whose mighty voice once called out of her lair the Dorian muse severe, with braided hair, who loved the Tyrus and wild dances weird. Here all day long the pious bees can pour libations of their honey. Round this tomb the Dionysic ivy loves to roam. The satyr laughs, but he awakes no more, wrapped up in silence at the grave's cold core, nor sees the sun wheel round in the white dome. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 44. Two Sonnets by David Gray. Read by Algy Pug. The Thrush's Song. Sweet Mavis! At this cool, delicious hour of gloaming, when a pensive quietness hushes the odorous air, with what a power of impulse unsubdued dost thou express thyself a spirit! While the silver dew, holy as manna, on the meadow falls, thy song's impassioned clarity, trembling through this omnipresent stillness, disenthralls the soul to adoration. First I heard a low, thick, lubric gurgle, soft as love, yet sad as memory, through the silence poured like starlight. But the mood intenser grows, precipitate rapture quickens, move on move lucidly linked together, till the close. To a Friend. Now, while the long delaying ash assumes the delicate April green, and, loud and clear, through the cool, yellow, mellow twilight glooms, the thrush's song enchants the captive ear. Now, while a shower is pleasant in the falling, stirring the still perfume that wakes around. Now that the doves mourn, and from the distance calling, the cuckoo answers with a sovereign sound. Come with thy native heart, O true and tried! But leave all books, for what with converse high, flavoured with Attic wit, the time shall glide on smoothly, as a river floweth by, or, as on stately pinion, through the grey evening, the culver cuts his liquid way. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 45. Venus Urania by Thomas Gordon Hake. Read by T. Craven. Is this thy Paphos, the devoted place where rests, in its own eventide, thy shrine? To thee not alone is solitude divine, where love dreams o'er thy waves each other chase and melt into the passion of thy face. The twilight waters, dolphin-stained, are thine. The silvery depths and blue night-orbed entwine, and in bright films thy rosy form embrace, girdling thy loins with heaven-spun drapery wove in the looms of thy resplendent sea. The columns point their shadows to the plain, and ancient days are dialed o'er again. The floods remember, falling at thy feet, upon the sands of time they ever beat. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46. Written in Edinburgh by Arthur Henry Hallam. Read by Alan Mapstone. Even thus, methinks, a city reared should be, yea, an imperial city that might hold 5 times 100 noble towns in fee, and either with their might of Babel old, or the rich Roman pomp of empery, might stand compare, highest in arts enrolled, highest in arms, brave tenement for the free, who never crouch to thrones or sin for gold. Thus should her towers be raised, with vicinage of clear bold hills that curve her very streets, as if to vindicate, mid choicest seats of art, abiding nature's majesty. And the broad sea beyond, in calm or rage, chainless alike, and teaching liberty. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Four Sonnets by Eugene Lee Hamilton. Read by Winifred Assman. Seashell Murmurs. The hollow seashell which for years hath stood on dusty shelves, when held against the ear, proclaims its stormy parent, and we hear the faint far murmur of the breaking flood. We hear the sea. The sea? It is the blood in our own veins, impetuous and near, and pulses keeping pace with hope and fear, and with our feelings' ever-shifting mood. Lo, in my heart I hear, as in a shell, the murmur of a world beyond the grave. Distinct, distinct, though faint and far it be. Thou fool, this echo is a cheat as well, the hum of earthly instincts, and we crave a world unreal as the shell-heard sea. Idle Charon. The shores of Styx are lone for evermore, and not one shadowy form upon the steep looms through the dusk, far as the eye can sweep, to call the ferry over as of yore. But tintless rushes all about the shore have hemmed the old boat in, where, locked in sleep, hoar-bearded Charon lies, while pale weeds creep with tightening grasp all round the unused oar. For in the world of life strange rumours run, that now the soul departs not with the breath, but that the body and the soul are one, and in the loved one's mouth, now, after death, the widow puts no obol, nor the son, to pay the ferry in the world beneath. Lethe. I had a dream of Lethe, of the brink of leaden waters, whither many bore dead pallid loves, while others, old and sore, brought but their tottering selves in haste to drink, and having drunk they plunged and seemed to sink, their load of love or guilt for evermore, reaching with radiant brow the sunny shore that lay beyond, no more to think and think. Oh, who will give me, chained to thought's dull strand, a draught of Lethe, salt with final tears, were it no more than fills the hollow hand? Oh, who will rid me of the wasted years, the thought of life's fair structure vainly planned, and each false hope that mocking reappears? Sunken Gold. In dim green depths wrought ingot-laden ships, while gold doubloons that from the drowned hand fell lie nestled in the ocean flower's bell, with love's gemmed rings once kissed by now dead lips, and round some wrought gold cup the sea-grass whips, and hides lost pearls, near pearls still in their shell, where seaweed forests fill each ocean dell, and seek dim sunlight with their countless tips. So lie the wasted gifts, the long-lost hopes, beneath the now hushed surface of myself, in lonelier depths than where the diver gropes. They lie deep, deep, but I at times behold, in doubtful glimpses on some reefy shelf, the gleam of irrecoverable gold. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 48. Two Sonnets by Sir William Roman Hamilton. Read by Stunning. To Death. On hearing of the illness of E. de V. Hast thou then wrapped us in thy shadow, Death, already in the very dawn of joy, and in cold triumph dreamest to destroy the last and dearest hope which lingereth within my desolated heart, to blast the young unfolding bud, and dash away, as in some desert demon's cruel play, the cup my parched lips had begun to taste? O impotent! O very phantom! No bounds are there to thy ravage even here. Sanctuaries inaccessible to fear are in the heart of man while yet below. Love, not of sense, can wake such communings as are among the soul's eternal things. Spirit of wisdom and of love. O brooding spirit of wisdom and of love, whose mighty wings even now o'ershadow me, absorb me in thine own immensity, and raise me far my finite self above. Purge vanity away, and the weak care that name or fame of me should widely spread, and the deep wish keep burning in their stead, thy blissful influence afar to bear, or see it born. Let no desire of ease, no lack of courage, faith, or love delay my own steps in that high thought-paven way, in which my soul her clear commission sees. Yet with an equal joy let me behold thy chariot o'er that way by others rolled. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Sonnets by John Hanmer. Read by Winifred Assman. England. Arise up, England, from the smoky cloud that covers thee, the din of whirling wheels, not the pale spinner, prematurely bowed by his hot toil, alone the influence feels of all this deep necessity for gain. Gain still, but deemed not only by the strain of engines on the sea and on the shore, glory that was thy birthright to retain. O thou that knewest not a conqueror, unchecked desires have multiplied in thee, till with their bat-wings they shut out the sun. So in the dusk thou goest moodily, with a bent head as one who gropes for ore, heedless of living streams that round him run. To the fountain at Frascati. Nor by Aldobrandini's watery show, still plashing at his portal never dumb, minished of my devotion shalt thou come, leaving thy natural fount on Algido, wild winged daughter of the Sabine snow, now creeping under quiet Tusculum, now gushing from those caverns old and numb. Dull were his heart who gazed upon thee so, emblem thou art of time, memorial stream, which in 10,000 fancies being here, we waste or use or fashion as we deem. But if its backward voice comes ever near, as thine upon the hill, how doth it seem? Solemn and stern, sepulchral and severe. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 50. Pater Vester Pascit Illa by Robert Stephen Hawker. Read by Algy Pug. Our bark is on the waters, wide around the wandering wave. Above, the lonely sky. Hush! A young seabird floats, and that quick cry shrieks to the levelled weapon's echoing sound, grasps its lank wing, and on, with reckless bound. Yet, creature of the surf, a sheltering breast to-night shall haunt in vain thy far-off nest, a call unanswered search the rocky ground. Lord of Leviathan! When ocean heard thy gathering voice, and sought his native breeze, when whales first plunged with life, and the proud deep felt unborn tempests heave in troubled sleep, thou didst provide, even for this nameless bird, home and a natural love amid the surging seas. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51. Truth and Beauty by John Hogben. Read by Bruce Kachuk. Two souls there are in nature and in life, the soul of beauty and the soul of truth, towards which we yearn and strain with restless strife, along paths fraught with malice or with ruth. In the red face of ridicule and scorn, men sought and still must seek these, for within, in spite of all earth's sorrow and her sin, the soul is to the search and manner born. And still, in looking beauty in the face with strong prophetic joy, we recognize something of what we may be, as we trace our own dim shadow in her lustrous eyes. Nor may we part such with a dull, harsh rule. Beauty is true, and truth is beautiful.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 52. Night by Edmund Gore Alexander Holmes. Read by Bruce Kachuk. Night comes, and stars their wonted vigils keep in soft, unfathomable depths of sky. In mystic veil of shadowy darkness lie the infinite expanses of the deep, save where the silvery paths of moonlight sleep, and rise and sink forever dreamily with the majestic heaving of the sea. Night comes, and tenfold gloom, where dark and steep into black waters of a landlocked bay the cliffs descend. There never tempest raves to break the awful slumber. Far below glimmer the foamy fringes white as snow, and sounds of strangled thunder rise alway, and midnight moanings of imprisoned waves.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53. Two Sonnets by Thomas Hood. Silence. There is a silence where hath been no sound. There is a silence where no sound may be. In the cold grave, under the deep, deep sea, or in wide desert where no life is found, which hath been mute, and still must sleep profound. No voice is hushed, no life treads silently, but clouds and cloudy shadows wander free, that never spoke over the idle ground, but in green ruins, in the desolate walls of antique palaces where man hath been, though the dun fox or wild hyena calls, and owls that flit continually between shriek to the echo and the low winds moan, there the true silence is, self-conscious and alone. Death, it is not death that sometimes in a sigh this eloquent breath shall take its speechless flight, that sometimes these bright stars that now reply in sunlight to the sun shall set in night, that this warm conscious flesh shall perish quite, and all life's ruddy springs forget to flow, that thoughts shall cease, and the immortal sprite be lapped in alien clay and laid below. It is not death to know this, but to know that pious thoughts which visit new graves in tender pilgrimage will cease to go, so duly and so oft, and when grass waves over the past away, there may be then no resurrection in the minds of men. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 54. The Times to Come by Charles A. Hauff. The moon that borrows now a gentle light once burned another sun. Then from on high the earth received a double day. The sky showed but faint stars, and never knew a night. The poles, now frigid and for ever white, with the deep snows that on their bosoms lie, were torrid as the moon that hung thereby, and mingled rays as fiercely hot as bright. Mutations infinite! Through shifting sea and lands, huge monstrous beasts once took their range, where now our stately world shows pleasantly. Then be not fearful at the thought of change, for though unknown the times that are to be, yet shall they prove most beautifully strange. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 55. Happiness by Richard Monckton Milnes, 1st Baron Houghton, read by Chris Harrington. A splendor amid glooms, a sunny thread, woven into a tapestry of cloud, a merry child playing with the shroud that lies upon a breathless mother's bed, a garland on the front of one new wed, trembling and weeping while her troth is vowed, a schoolboy's laugh that rises light and loud, in licensed freedom from ungentle dread. These are examples of the happiness for which our nature fits us, more and less, parts of all things to the mortal given, of love, joy, truth, and beauty. Perfect light would dazzle, not illuminate our sight. From earth it is enough to glimpse at heaven. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 56. 2 Sonnets by Leigh Hunt, read by Alan Mapstone. Sonnet 107. The Nile. It flows through old hushed Egypt, and its sands, like some grave mighty thought, threading a dream, and times and things, as in that vision seem, keeping along it their eternal stands. Caves, pillars, pyramids, the shepherd bands that roamed through the young world, the glory extreme of high Sesostris, and that southern beam, the laughing queen that caught the world's great hands. Then comes a mightier silence, stern and strong, as of a world left empty of its throng, and the void weighs on us, and then we wake, and hear the fruitful stream lapsing along twixt villages, and think how we shall take our own calm journey on for human sake. Sonnet 108. The Grasshopper and the Cricket. Green little vaulter in the sunny grass, catching your heart up at the feel of June. Sole voice that's heard amidst the lazy noon, when even the bees lag at the summoning brass. And you, warm little housekeeper, who class with those who think the candles come too soon, loving the fire and with your tricksome tune, nick the glad silent moments as they pass. O sweet and tiny cousins that belong, one to the fields, the other to the hearth. Both have your sunshine. Both, though small, are strong at your clear hearts, and both were sent on earth to sing in thoughtful ears this natural song, indoors and out, summer and winter, mirth. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57, One Dead, by John William Inchbold. Read by David Vanderwerf. Is it deep sleep or is it rather death? Rest anyhow it is, and sweet is rest. No more the doubtful blessing of the breath. Our God hath said that silence is the best. And thou art silent as the pale round moon, and near thee is our birth's great mystery. Alas, we knew not thou wouldst go so soon. We cannot tell where sky is lost in sea, but only find life's bark to come and go, by wondrous nature's hidden force impelled, then melts the wake in sea, and none shall know for certain which the course the vessel held. The lessening ship by us no more is seen, and sea and sky are just as they have been. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 58. An Ancient Chess King by Jean Ingelow. Read by Alan Mapstone. Haply some Raja first in ages gone, amid his languid ladies fingered thee, while a black nightingale, sun-swart as he, sang his one wife love's passionate orison. Haply thou mayst have pleased old Prester John among his pastures, when full royally he sat intent, grave shepherds at his knee, while lamps of balsam winked and glimmered on. What dost thou here? Thy masters are all dead. My heart is full of ruth and yearning pain at sight of thee, O King that hast a crown outlasting theirs, and tells of greatness fled through cloud-hung nights of unabated rain, and murmur of the dark majestic town. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 59, High Summer by Ebenezer Jones. Read by Brittany Maybe. I never wholly feel that summer is high, however green the trees or loud the birds, however movelessly eye-winking herds stand in field ponds or under large trees lie, till I do climb all cultured pastures by, that, edged by hedgerows studiously trim, smile like a lady's face with lace-laced prim, and on some moor or hill that seeks the sky, lonely and nakedly utterly lie down, and feel the sunshine throbbing on body and limb, my drowsy brain in pleasant drunkenness swim, each rising thought sink back and dreamily drown. Smiles creep over my face and smother my lips and cloy, each muscle sink to itself and separately enjoy. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 60, 6 Sonnets by John Keats, read by Cynthia Malone. On first looking into Chapman's Homer. Much have I travelled in the realms of gold, and many goodly states and kingdoms seen. Round many western islands have I been, which bards in fealty to Apollo hold. Oft of one wide expanse had I been told, that deep-browed Homer ruled as his demesne. Yet did I never breathe its pure serene, till I heard Chapman speak out loud and bold. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies, when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortez when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. To Ailsa Rock. Hearken, thou craggy ocean pyramid, give answer from thy voice, the sea-fowl screams. When were thy shoulders mantled in huge streams? When from the sun was thy broad forehead hid? How long is't since the mighty power bid thee heave to airy sleep from fathomed dreams? Sleep in the lap of thunder or sunbeams, or when grey clouds are thy cold coverlid? Thou answer'st not, for thou art dead asleep. Thy life is but two dead eternities, the last in air, the former in the deep. First with the whales, last with the eagle skies. Drowned wast thou till an earthquake made thee steep. Another cannot wake thy giant size. On the Elgin marbles. My spirit is too weak. Mortality waves heavily on me like unwilling sleep, and each imagined pinnacle and steep of godlike hardship tells me I must die, like a sick eagle looking at the sky. Yet 'tis a gentle luxury to weep, that I have not the cloudy winds to keep fresh for the opening of the morning's eye. Such dim conceived glories of the brain bring round the heart an indescribable feud. So do these wonders a most dizzy pain, that mingles Grecian grandeur with the rude wasting of old time, with a billowy main, a sun, a shadow of a magnitude. To Homer. Standing aloof in giant ignorance, of thee I hear and of the Cyclades, as one who sits ashore and longs perchance to visit dolphin coral in deep seas. So thou wast blind, but then the veil was rent, for Jove uncurtained heaven to let thee live, and Neptune made for thee a spermy tent, and Pan made sing for thee his forest hive. Aye, on the shores of darkness there is light, and precipices show untrodden green. There is a budding morrow in midnight, there is a triple sight in blindness keen. Such seeing hadst thou, as it once befell to Dian, queen of earth and heaven and hell. The day is gone. The day is gone, and all its sweets are gone. Sweet voice, sweet lips, soft hand, and softer breast. Warm breath, light whisper, tender semitone, bright eyes, accomplished shape, and languorous waist. Faded the flower and all its budded charms, faded the sight of beauty from my eyes, faded the shape of beauty from my arms, faded the voice, warmth, whiteness, paradise, vanished unseasonably at shut of eve, when the dusk holiday or holy night of fragrant curtained love begins to weave the woof of darkness thick for hid delight. But as I've read love's missal through to-day, he'll let me sleep, seeing I fast and pray. Bright star, bright star, would I were steadfast as thou art, not in lone splendor hung aloft the night, and watching with eternal lids apart, like nature's patient sleepless eremite, the moving waters at their priest-like task of pure ablution round earth's human shores, or gazing on the new soft fallen mask of snow upon the mountains and the moors. No, yet still steadfast, still unchangeable, pillowed upon my fair love's ripening breast, to feel forever its soft fall and swell, awake forever in a sweet unrest, still, still to hear her tender taken breath, half passionless, and so swoon on to death. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61. Art Thou Already Weary of the Way? By Frances Ann Kemble. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2023. Art thou already weary of the way, thou who hast yet but half the way gone o'er? Get up and lift thy burden. Lo, before thy feet the road goes stretching far away. If thou already faint, who art but come through half thy pilgrimage, with fellows gay, love, youth, and hope, under the rosy bloom and temperate airs of early breaking day, look yonder how the heavens stoop and gloom. There cease the trees to shade, the flowers to spring, and the angels leave thee. What wilt thou become through yon drear stretch of dismal wandering, lonely and dark? I shall take courage, friend, for comes not every step more near the end? End of section 61. This recording is in the public domain.
Love's Martyrdom, read by Dimbleby. Sweet. We will hold to love for love's sweet sake, seeing love to us must be his own reward. Haply we shall not find our task too hard, nor suffer from intolerable ache. Yea, though henceforth our lives asunder break, from every comfort-giving hope debarred, love may support his martyrs and the scarred, and wounded heart may triumph at the stake. Sweet. Not for us love's guerdons, not for us. The boons which want love's constancy requite no whisper of low voices tremulous, kiss or caress, no breath of love's delight. Yet will we hold our joyless troth, and thus achieve love's victory in fate's despite. End of section.
Two Sonnets by Andrew Lang. Read for LibriVox.org by Algy Pug. Homeric Unity. The sacred keep of Ilion is rent with shaft and pit. Vague waters wander slow through plains where Simois and Scamander went to war with gods and heroes long ago. Not yet to dark Cassandra, lying low in rich Mycenae, do the fates relent. The bones of Agamemnon are a show, and ruined is his royal monument. The awful dust and treasures of the dead has learning scattered wide. But vainly thee, Homer, she measures with her lesbian lead, and strives to rend thy songs. Too blind is she to know the crown on thine immortal head of indivisible supremacy. Colonel Burnaby. Thou that on every field of earth and sky didst hunt for death, that seemed to flee and fear, How great and greatly fallen dost thou lie, slain in the desert by some wandering spear! Not here, alas, may England say, not here, nor in this quarrel, was it meet to die, but in that dreadful battle drawing nigh, to shake the Afghan passes straight and sheer. Like Aias by the ships shouldst thou have stood, and in some glen have stayed the stream of flight, the pillar of thy people and their shield, till Helmond or till Indus ran with blood, and back, towards the northlands and the night, the stricken eagles scattered from the field. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64. 4 Sonnets by Edward Cracroft Lefroy. Read by J.R. Whalen. Something Lost. How changed is nature from the time antique! The world we see today is dumb and cold. It has no word for us. Not thus of old it won heart-worship from the enamored Greek. Through all fair forms he heard the beauty speak. To him glad tidings of the unknown were told by babbling runlets, or sublimely rolled in thunder from the cloud-enveloped peak. He caught a message at the oak's great girth, while prisoned hamadryads weirdly sang. He stood where Delphi's voice had a chasm birth, and o'er strange vapor watched the Sibyl hang, or where, mid throbbings of the tremulous earth, the cauldrons of Dodona pulsed and rang. On the beach in November. My heart's ideal, that somewhere out of sight art beautiful and gracious and alone, haply where blue Saronic waves are blown, on shores that keep some touch of old delight. How welcome is thy memory, and how bright to one who watches over leagues of stone, these chilly northern waters creep and moan, from weary morning unto weary night. O shade form, lovelier than the living crowd, so kind to votaries, yet thyself unvowed, so free to human fancies, fancy-free, my vagrant thought goes out to thee. To thee, as wandering lonelier than the poet's cloud, I listen to the wash of this dull sea. A thought from Pindar. Twin immortalities man's art doth give to man, both fair, both noble, one supreme. The sculptor, beating out his portrait scheme, can make the marble statue breathe and live, yet with a life cold, silent, locative. It cannot break its stone eternal dream, or step to join the busy human stream, but dwells in some high fane a hieroglyph. Not so the poet. Hero, if thy name lives in his verse, it lives indeed. For then in every ship thou sailest passenger, to every town where aught of soul doth stir, through street and market borne, at camp and game, and on the lips and in the hearts of men. Suburban meadows. How calmly drops the dew on tree and plant, while round each pendulous leaf the cool airs blow. The neighbor city has no sign to show of all its grim machines that toil and pant, except a sky that coal makes confidant. But there the human rivers ebb and flow, and thither was I wanted once to go, with heart not ill at ease or recusant. Here now I love to wander morn and eve, till oaks and elms have grown oracular, yet conscious that my soberest thoughts receive a tinge of tumult from the smoke afar, and scarcely know to which I most belong, these simple fields or that unsimple throng. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65, Love, Death, and Time, by Frederick Locker Lampson. Read by Stunning. Ah me, dread friends of mine, love, time, and death. Sweet love who came to me on sheeny wing, and gave her to my arms, her lips, her breath, and all her golden ringlets clustering. And time, who gathers in the flying years, he gave me all, but where is all he gave? He took my love and left me barren tears. Weary and lone I follow to the grave. There death will end this vision half divine. Wan death, who waits in shadow evermore, and silent ere he give the sudden sign. Oh, gently lead me through thy narrow door, thou gentle death, thou trustiest friend of mine. Ah me, for love will death my love restore. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 66. Evening, by Robert, Earl of Lytton. Already evening. In the duskiest nook of yon dusk corner, under the death's head, between the alembics, thrust this legended and iron-bound and melancholy book, for I will read no longer. The loud brook shelves his sharp light up shallow banks thin spread. The slumberous west grows slowly red, and red. Up from the ripened corn a silver hook the moon is lifting, and deliciously along the warm blue hills the day declines. The first star brightens while she waits for me, and round her swelling heart the zone grows tight. Musing, half sad, in her soft hair she twines the white rose, whispering, "He will come tonight." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 67. 6 Sonnets by Philip Burke Marston. Not thou, but I. It must have been for one of us my own, to drink this cup and eat this bitter bread, had not my tears upon thy face been shed. Thy tears had dropped on mine, if I alone did not walk now, thy spirit would have known my loneliness, and did my feet not tread this weary path and steep thy feet had bled. For mine, and thy mouth had for mine made moan, and so it comforts me, yea, not in vain, to think of thy eternity of sleep, to know thine eyes are tearless though mine weep, and when this cup's last bitterness I drain, one thought shall still its primal sweetness keep. Thou hadst the peace, and I the undying pain. Youth and Nature. Is this the sky, and this the very earth I had such pleasure in when I was young? And can this be the identical sea-song, heard once within the storm cloud's awful girth, when a great cloud from silence burst to birth, and winds to whom it seemed I did belong made the keen blood in me run swift and strong with irresistible tempestuous mirth? Are these the forests loved of old so well, where on May nights enchanted music was? Are these the fields of soft delicious grass, these the old hills with secret things to tell? Oh, my dead youth, was this inevitable, that with thy passing nature too should pass? A dream. Here, where last night she came. Even she for whom I would so gladly live or lie down dead, came in the likeness of a dream and said some words that thrilled this desolate ghost-thronged room. I sit alone now in the absolute gloom. Ah, surely on her breast was leaned my head. Ah, surely on my mouth her kiss was shed, while all my life broke into scent and bloom. Give thanks, heart, for thy rootless flower of bliss, nor think the gods severe, though thus they seem, though thou hast much to bear and much to miss, whilst thou thy nights and days to be canst deem one thing, and that thing veritably this, the imperishable memory of a dream. 3 Sonnets on Sorrow. 1. A child with mystic eyes and flowing hair. I saw her first mid flowers that shared her grace. Though but a boy, I cried, how fair a face! And coming nearer, told her she was fair. She faintly smiled, yet did not say forbear, but seemed to take pleasure in my praise. She led my steps through many a leafy place, and pointed where shy birds and sweet flowers were. At length we stood upon a brooklet's brink. I seemed to hear its sources babbling yet. She gave me water from her hand to drink, the while her eyes upon its flow were set. Thy name? I asked. She whispered low, regret, then faded as the sun began to sink. 3 Sonnets on Sorrow. 2. We met again, as I foresaw we should. Youth flooded all my veins, and she had grown to woman's height, yet seemed a rose half blown. Like sunset clouds that o'er a landscape brood, her eyes were that they might not be withstood, and like the wind's voice when it takes the tone of pine trees was her voice. I cried, my own! And kneeling there, I worshipped her and wooed. O bitter marriage, though inevitable, ordained by fate, who wrecks or saves our days. Lo, the changed bride, no longer fair of face, and in her eyes the very fires of hell. Thy name, I cried, and these words hissing fell. Anguish and madness comes of my embrace. 3 Sonnets on Sorrow. 3. What thing may be to come I cannot know. Her eyes have less of hell in them meanwhile. At times she almost smiles a ghastly smile. I have in all things done her bidding so. Chill are the rooms wherein no bright fires glow, where no fair picture does the eye beguile. Once awful laughter shook the gloomy pile. Unholy riotous shapes went to and fro. There is no sound now in the house at all. Only outside the wind moans on alway. My lady Sorrow has no word to say. Seems half content, for well she knows her thrall shall not escape from her, that should God call, she would rise with him at the judgment day. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68. 2 Sonnets by John Westland Marston. Read by Bruce Kachuk. Mine. In that tranced hush when sound sank awed to rest, ere from her spirit's rose-red, rose-sweet gate came forth to me her royal word of fate, did she sigh yes, and droop upon my breast, while round our rapture, dumb, fixed, unexpressed by the seized senses, there did fluctuate the plaintive surges of our mortal state, tempering the poignant ecstasy too blest, Do I wake into a dream? Or have we twain, lured by soft wiles to some unconscious crime, dared joys forbid to man? O light supreme, upon our brows transfiguring glory reign, nor let the sword of thy just angel gleam on two who entered heaven before their time. Immortality, an inference. If I had lived ere seer or priest unveiled a life to come, methinks that, knowing thee, I should have guessed thine immortality. For nature, giving instincts, never failed to give the ends they point to, never quailed the swallow, through air wilds or tracts of sea, to chase the summer. Seeds that prisoned be, dream of and find the daylight. Unassailed by doubt, impelled by yearnings for the main, the creature river-born doth there emerge. So thou, with thoughts and longings which our earth can never compass in its narrow verge, shalt the fit region of thy spirit gain, and death fulfill the promptings of thy birth.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 69. Lucifer in Starlight by George Meredith. Read by Algy Pug. On a starred night, Prince Lucifer uprose. Tired of his dark dominion, swung the fiend above the rolling ball in cloud part screened, where sinners hug their spectre of repose. Poor prey to his hot fit of pride were those. And now upon his western wing he leaned, now his huge bulk o'er Africa careened, now the black planet shadowed Arctic snows. Soaring through wider zones that pricked his scars with memory of the old revolt from awe, he reached a middle height, and at the stars, which are the brain of heaven, he looked, and sank around the ancient track, marched, rank on rank, the army of unalterable law. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70. 3 Sonnets by Alice Meynell. Renouncement. I must not think of thee, and tired yet strong, I shun the love that lurks in all delight, the love of thee, and in the blue heaven's height, and in the dearest passage of a song. Oh, just beyond the sweetest thoughts that throng this breast, the thought of thee waits hidden yet bright. But it must never, never come in sight. I must stop short of thee the whole day long. But when sleep comes to close each difficult day, when night gives pause to the long watch I keep, and all my bonds I needs must loose apart, must doff my will as raiment laid away, with the first dream that comes with the first sleep, I run, I am gathered to thy heart. Without him. Senza te son nulla, Petrarca. I touched the heart that loved me, as a player touches a lyre. Content with my poor skill, no touch save mine knew my beloved, and still I thought at times, is there no sweet lost air old loves could wake in him I cannot share? Oh, he alone, alone could so fulfill my thoughts in sound to the measure of my will. He is dead, and silence takes me unaware. The songs I knew not he resumes, set free from my constraining love, alas for me. His part in our tunes goes with him, my part is locked in me forever. I stand as mute as one with full-strung music in his heart, whose fingers stray upon a shattered lute.
Spring among the Alban hills. 2. Silent with expectation. Shelley. O'er the Campagna it is dim warm weather. The spring comes with a full heart silently, and many thoughts. A faint flash of the sea divides two mists. Straight falls the falling feather. With wild spring meanings, hill and plain together grow pale or just flush with a dust of flowers. Rome in the ages, dimmed with all her towers, floats in the midst, a little cloud at tether. I fain would put my hands about thy face, thou with thy thoughts, who art another spring, and draw thee to me like a mournful child. Thou lookest on me from another place. I touch not this day's secret, nor the thing that in thy silence makes thy sweet eyes wild. End of section 70. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 71. Life and Death by Cosmo Monkhouse. Read by Alan Mapstone. From morn to eve they struggled, life and death. At first it seemed to me that they in mirth contended, and as foes of equal worth, so firm their feet, so undisturbed their breath. But when the sharp red sun cut through its sheath of western clouds, I saw the brown arm's girth tighten and bear that radiant form to earth, and suddenly both fell upon the heath. And then the wonder came, for when I fled to where those great antagonists down fell, I could not find the body that I sought, and when and where it went I could not tell. One only form was left of those who fought, the long dark form of death, and it was dead. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72. 3 Sonnets by Ernest James Myers. Read by Stunning. The Banquet. Now, as when sometime with high festival a conquering king new realms inaugurates, the souls of men go up within the gates of their new-made mysterious palace hall, and on their ears in bursts of triumph fall marches of mighty music, while below, in carven cups with far-sought gems aglow, and lamped by shapes of splendor on the wall, the new wine of man's kingdom flashes free. Yet some, among the wonders wondering there, sit desolate and shivering inwardly, lack yet some love to make the strange thing fair. Ye to their sad souls rather seem to be sheep from the sheepfold, strayed they know not where. The Night's Message. Last night there came a message to mine ear, saying, "Come forth that I may speak with thee." It was the night herself that called to me, and I arose and went forth without fear and without hope, and by the mountain mere, in the great silence sitting silently, drank in amazed the large mune's purity. Yet was my soul unsoothed of any cheer. But when the moon had set, a great mist lay on the earth and me, and to its wide soft breast drew forth the secret woe we might not say. Then slowly, its brooding presence lightly oppressed, it heaved and broke and swayed and soared away, and the earth had morn, and I some space of rest. Milton. He left the upland lawns and serene air, where from his soul her noble nurture drew, and reared his helm among the unquiet crew, battling beneath. The morning radiance rare of his young brow amid the tumult there grew grim with sulphurous dust and sanguine dew. Yet through all soilure they who marked him knew the signs of his life's dayspring, calm and fair. But when peace came, peace fouler far than war, and mirth more dissonant than battle's tone, he, with the scornful sigh of his clear soul, back to his mountain clomb, now bleak and frore, and with the awful night he dwelt alone, in darkness, listening to the thunder's roll. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 73. 3 Sonnets by Frederick William Henry Myers. Read by Stunning. Immortality. So when the old delight is born anew, and God reanimates the early bliss, seems it not all as one first trembling kiss, ere soul knew soul with whom she has to do? O nights, how desolate! O days, how few! O death and life, if life be this, be this! O wait alone as one shall win or miss the faint eternity which shines therethrough. Lo, all but age is as a speck of sand, lost on the long beach where the tides are free, and no man meets it in his hollow hand, nor cares to ponder it, how small it be. At ebb it lies forgotten on the land, and at full tide forgotten in the sea. Would God it were morning! My God, how many times ere I be dead must I the bitterness of dying know? How often like a corpse upon my bed compose me and surrender me, and so, through hateful hours and ill-remembered, between the twilight and the twilight go, by visions bodiless obscurely led, through many a wild enormity of woe? And yet I know not but that this is worst, when with that light, the feeble and the first, I start and gaze into the world again, and gazing find it as of old accursed, and grey, and blinded with the stormy burst, and blank, appalling solitude of rain. High tide at midnight. No breath is on the glimmering ocean floor, no blast beneath the windless Pleiades, but through dead night a melancholy roar, a voice of moving and of marching seas, the boom of thundering waters on the shore, sworn with slow force by desolate degrees, once to go on and whelm for evermore earth and her folk and all their fantasies. Then half asleep in the great sound I seem, lost in the starlight dying in a dream, where overmastering powers abolish me, drown and through dim euthanasie redeem my merged life in the living ocean stream, and soul environing of shadowy sea. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 74, Pessimism by E. Nesbit. Read by Winifred Assman. Not spring, too lavish of her bud and leaf, but autumn with sad eyes and brow austere, when fields are bare and woods are brown and sere, and leaden skies weep their exhaustless grief. Spring is so much too bright, since spring is brief, and in our hearts is autumn all the year, least sad when the wide pastures are most drear, and fields grieve most, robbed of the last gold sheaf. For when the plough goes down the brown wet field, a delicate doubtful throb of hope is ours. What if this coming spring at last should yield Joy with her too profuse unasked-for flowers. Not all our springs of commonplace and pain have taught us now that autumn hope is vain.
End of section 74.
This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75. Substance and Shadow by John Henry Cardinal Newman. Read by Alan Mapstone. They do but grope in learning's pedant round, who on the fantasies of sense bestow an idle substance, bidding us bow low before those shades of being which are found stirring or still on man's brief trial ground. As if such shapes and modes which come and go had aught of truth or life in their poor show, to sway or judge, and skill to sain or wound. Son of immortal seed, high-destined man, know thy dread gift, a creature yet a cause. Each mind is its own centre, and it draws home to itself, and moulds in its thought's span all outward things, the vassals of its will, aided by heaven, by earth unthwarted still. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Sonnets by John Nichol. Read by Algy Pug. London. Dim miles of smoke behind. I look before, through looming curtains of November rain, till eyes and ears are weary with the strain. Amid the glare and gloom I hear the roar of life's sea beating on a barren shore. Terrible arbiter of joy and pain, 1,000 hopes are wrecks of thy disdain, 1,000 hearts have learned to love no more. Over thy gleaming bridges, on the street that ebbs and flows beneath the silent dome, life's pulse is throbbing at a fever heat. City of cities, battlefield and home of England's greatest, greatly wear their spoils, thou front and emblem of an empire's toils. Crowned. 2. I thought to track a world-disdaining light, a dreadless spirit, till our work was done. Grown greater in men's eyes, his battle won, my hero fails me, wearied of the fight, and, late succeeding, finds success is right. Honoured and wise, his days unruffled run with grace and mellow music, tamed to shun the obdurate heart that wrestles with the night. I was his homager, and shall remain, through chance of time and change, his debtor still. But the old days can never come again, of love in exile knit, whose memories will shine on the way those shrinking throngs disown, that lies for me across the seas alone. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 77. Two Sonnets by James Ashcroft Noble. Read by Algy Pug. A character and a question. A dubious, strange, uncomprehended life. A roll of riddles with no answer found. A sea-like soul which plummet cannot sound, torn by belligerent winds at mutual strife. The god in him hath taken unto wife a daughter of the pit, and, strongly bound by coils of snake-like hair about him wound, dies straining hard to raise the severing knife. For such a sunken soul, what room in heaven? For such a soaring soul, what place in hell? Can these desires be damned, these doings shriven, or in some lone mid-region must he dwell for ever? Lo! God sitteth with the 7 stars in his hand, and shall not he judge well? Only a woman's hair. Only a woman's hair. Swift. A special dispatch in the Tagblatt states that Wagner's body was laid in the coffin by the widow herself, who, last night, cut off the beautiful hair her husband so admired, and placed it in a red cushion under the head of the departed. Standard, February 17th, 1883. Only a woman's hair! We may not guess if 'twere a mocking sneer, or the sharp cry of a great heart's o'ermastering agony that spake in these 4 words. Nevertheless one thing we know, that the long clinging tress had lived with Stella's life in days gone by, and, she being dead, lived on to testify of love's victorious everlastingness. Such love, O mute musician, doth provide for thy dear head's repose a pillow rare. With red of heart's blood is the covering dyed, and underneath, canst thou not feel it there? The rippling wavy wealth that was thy pride, now love's last gift, only a woman's hair. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78, The Rainbow, by Edward Henry Knoll, read by Ashley Elizabeth Reed. The raindrops shimmered down the beamy sky. Behold, one sang, how gloriously bright the golden garments of the King of Light. Golden, O drop, a beam is in thine eye. A second cries, his robes of crimson dye. Ye both are blind, another shouts. My sight is clear, and with the purple veil of night, our monarch is arrayed in mystery. Thus wrangling, shouting, hopeless to agree, the drops shot swiftly down the headlong steep, until at last they fell into the sea. When they arose from out the cold, dark deep, the sun sat throned in stainless majesty, while down a cloud they saw the rainbow sweep. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 79, By the Sea, by Honorable Roden Knoll, read by Ashley Elizabeth Reed. Ah! Wherefore do I haunt the shadowy tomb, my joyless days and nights among the dead? Know you not he, my radiant sun, who fled with hope uncertain, soothes yon awful gloom? Afar upon the weltering sea's wan lead, behold, faint tremulous ghostly gleams illume the unrevealing mystery of doom. Ash-pale dumb wastes, impenetrably dead, o'erwhelming purple incumbent o'er the coast, into the presence chamber of dim death he hath been summoned, and I hold my post here on the threshold, thirsty for one breath, released from yonder. Leave me, I love my night more than abounding pulses of your light. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 80, In Memory of F.C.C., by Sir Francis Palgrave, read by Larry Wilson. 6th May, 1882. Fair soul, who in this faltering age did show manhood's true image, constant, courteous, pure, in silence strong to do and to endure, 'neath self-suppression veiling inner glow? Justice at one with gentleness, the throe of lightning death found thee, if any fit, secure in faith, to bare thy breast to it. Ah, thine the joy, beloved, ours the woe. For thou hast ta'en thine innocence on high, the child simplicity of thy stainless years, and on thy brows we see the diadem of those who walked with Christ in purity. Fair souls, and wept like thee, with lifelong tears, sword slain in Ephratean Bethlehem. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 81. Timor Mortis Conturbat Me by Sir Noel Paton. Read by Alan Mapstone. Could I have sung one song that should survive the singer's voice, and in my country's heart find loving echo, evermore a part of all her sweetest memories, could I give one great thought to the people that should prove the spring of noble action in their hour of darkness, or control their headlong power with the firm reins of justice and of love? Could I have traced one form that should express the sacred mystery that underlies all beauty, and through man's enraptured eyes teach him how beautiful is holiness, I had not feared thee. But to yield my breath, life's purpose unfulfilled, this is thy sting, O death. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 82. 3 Sonnets by John Payne. Read by Algy Pug. Sibyl. This is the glamour of the world antique. The time scents of Hymettus fill the air, and in the grass Narcissus cups are fair. The full brook wanders through the ferns to seek the amber haunts of bees, and on the peak of the soft hill, against the gold-marged sky, she stands, a dream from out the days gone by. Entreat her not. Indeed, she will not speak. Her eyes are full of dreams, and in her ears there is the rustle of immortal wings. And ever and anon the slow breeze bears the mystic murmur of the song she sings. Entreat her not. She sees thee not, nor hears aught but the sights and sounds of bygone springs. Hesperia. My dream is of a city in the west, built with fair colour, still and sad as flowers that wear the blazon of the autumn hours, set by the side of some wide wave's unrest. And there the sun-filled calm is unimpressed, save by a flutter as of silver showers, rain rippled on dim paradisal bowers, and some far tune of bells chimed softliest. About the still clear streets my love thoughts go, a many-coloured throng, some pale as pearl, some gold as the gold brow-locks of a girl, and midst them, where the saddest memories teem, my veiled hope wanders, musingly and slow, and hears the sad sea murmur like a dream. Life unlived. How many months, how many a weary year my soul hath stood upon that brink of days, straining dim eyes into the treacherous haze for signs of life's beginning. Far and near the grey mist floated, like a shadow mere, beyond hope's bounds, and in the lapsing ways pale phantoms flitted, seeming to my gaze the portents of the coming hope and fear. Surely, I said, life shall rise up at last, shall sweep me by with pageant and delight. But as I spake, The waste shook with a blast of cries and clamours of a mighty fight. Then all was still. Upon me fell the night. And a voice whispered to me, "Life is past." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 83. 4 Sonnets by Emily Pfeiffer. Read by Mary Jane Geronimo. Sonnet 160. Evolution. Hunger that strivest in the restless arms of the sea flower, that drivest rooted things to break their moorings, that unfoldest wings in creatures to be wrapped above thy harms. Hunger, of whom the hungry seeming waves were the first ministers, till, free to range, thou madest the universe thy park and grange. What is it thine insatiate heart still craves? Sacred disquietude, divine unrest. Maker of all that breathes the breath of life, no unthrift greed spurs thine unflagging zest. No lust, self-slaying hounds thee to the strife. Thou art the unknown God on whom we wait, thy path the course of our unfolded fate. Sonnet 161. To Nature. Dread force, in whom of old we loved to see a nursing mother clothing with her life the seeds of love divine, with what sore strife we hold or yield our thoughts of love and thee. Thou art not calm, but restless as the ocean, filling with aimless toil the endless years, stumbling on thought and throwing off the spheres, churning the universe with mindless motion, dull fount of joy, unhallowed source of tears, cold motor of our fervid faith and song, dead, but engendering life, love, pangs and fears. Thou crownedest thy wild work with foulest wrong, when first thou lightest on a seeming goal, and darkly blundered on man's suffering soul. Sonnet 162. To Nature. Blind Cyclops, hurling stones of destiny, and not in fury, working bootless ill, in mere vacuity of mind and will, man's soul revolts against thy work and thee, slaves of a despot conscienceless and nil, slaves by mad chance befooled to think them free. We still might rise and with one heart agree to mar the ruthless grinding of thy mill. Dread tyrant, though our cries and groans pass by thee, man, cutting off from each new tree of life, himself, its fatal flower, could still defy thee. In waging on thy work eternal strife, the races come, and coming evermore, heaping with hecatombs thy Dead Sea shore. Sonnet 163. To a moth that drinketh of the ripe October. A moth, belated, sun and zephyr kissed, trembling about a pale arbutus bell, probing to wildering depths its honeyed cell, a noonday thief, a downy sensualist. Not vainly, sprite, thou drawest careless breath, strikest ambrosia from the cool-cupped flowers, and flutterest through the soft uncounted hours, to drop at last in unawaited death. 'Tis something to be glad, and those fine thrills which move thee to my lip have drawn the smile wherewith we look on joy. Drink, drown thine ills. If ill have any part in thee, erewhile may the pent force thy bounded life set free, fill larger sphere with equal ecstasy. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 84, Two Sonnets, by Brian Waller Proctor. 164, A Still Place. Under what beechen shade or silent oak lies the mute, sylvan, now mysterious Pan? Once, when rich Peneus and Ulysses ran clear from their fountains. As the morning broke, 'tis said the satyr with Apollo spoke, and to harmonious strife with his wild reed challenged the god, whose music was indeed divine and fit for heaven. Each played and woke beautiful sounds to life, deep melodies. One blew his pastoral pipe with such nice care that flocks and birds all answered him, and one shook his immortal showers upon the air. That music has ascended to the sun. But where the other? Speak, ye dells and trees. 165. The sea in calm. Look what immortal floods the sunset pours upon us. Mark how still, as though in dreams bound, the once wild and terrible ocean seems. How silent are the winds. No billow roars, but all is tranquil as Elysian shores. The silver margin which aye runneth round the moon-enchanted sea hath here no sound. Even echo speaks not on these radiant moors. What? Is the giant of the ocean dead, whose strength was all unmatched beneath the sun? No, he reposes. Now his toils are done. More quiet than the babbling brooks is he. So mightiest powers by deepest calms are fed, and sleep, how oft, in things that gentlest be. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section number 85. Two Sonnets by Marc-André Rafalovich. 166. More Than Truth. No longer do I know if thou art fair, or if the truth my vision might disgrace, nor do I know if other men would care to make their sweetest heaven of thy face. But what to me the words that others speak, their thoughts, their laughter, or their foolish gaze? For hast thou not a herald on my cheek to tell the coming nearer of thy ways? And in my veins a stranger blood that flows, a bell that strikes on pulses of my heart, submissive life that proudly comes and goes, through eyes that burn and speechless lips that part. And hast thou not a hidden life in mine? In thee a soul which none may know for thine? 167. The Body Fair. The empty marvel of a splendid cage, with fretted gold and twisted silver wire, thy body seems. And mine, a lover's rage, that gilds thy painted shows with rich desire. And round the precious metal of the bars, flowers scarlet-hearted, and pale passion flowers, and crowded jasmine mingle as the stars, dewy with scent of kisses, warm with showers. of marble lily and pure snow the floor, the window stained with sunlit ruby shine. Of azure water, clear the sapphire door that never turns on hinges crystalline. The bird within is mute and does not sing, and dull his tuneless throat, and clipped his wing. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 86. The Student's Chamber by Ernest Rhys. Read by Alan Mapstone. Strange things pass nightly in this little room, all dreary as it looks by night of day. Enchantment reigns here when at evening play red firelit glimpses through the pallid gloom. Then come, perchance the shadows thrown assume that guise, heroic guests in dim array, the kings of eld returned the human way by bridge of dread, from star to straightening tomb. High dreams they bring that never were dreamt in sleep. These walls yawn wide to time, to death and hell, to the last abyss of men's wild cries to heaven. While night uncurtains on a sobbing deep, and lo, the land wherein the Holy Grail in far Montsalvat to the soul is given. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 87. The Potato Harvest by Charles George Douglas Roberts. Read by Alan Mapstone. A high bare field, brown from the plough, and borne aslant from sunset, amber wastes of sky washing the ridge, a clamour of crows that fly in from the wide flats where the spent tides mourn, to yon their rocking roost in pines wind-torn. A line of grey snake fence that zigzags by a pond and cattle, from the homestead nigh the long deep summonings of the supper horn. Black on the ridge against the lonely flush, a cart and snoop-necked oxen ranged beside some barrels, and the day-worn harvest folk, here emptying their baskets, jar the hush with hollow thunders. Down the dusk hillside lumbers the wain, and day fades out like smoke. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 88. The Lost Ideal of the World by Eric Sutherland Robertson. Read by Algy Pug. A novice in the school of paradise, I leant beside the golden gate one day. Eternity's blue deeps before me lay that girdle the queen island of the skies, and sole content was lit within mine eyes, calm with the calm that lists not of decay. A dreamy sense of dreams come true for aye, and darkness burnt up in the last sunrise. O God, what was she, there, without the gate? Sad in such beauty heaven seemed incomplete. Drawn by a nameless star's young whisperings, with hands stretched forth as if to pass by fate, she drifted on, so near thy mercy seat, blind, and in all the loneliness of wings. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 89. 3 Sonnets by A. Mary F. Robinson. Read by Mary Jane Geronimo. Sonnet 171. To Lovers. I love my lover. On the heights above me, he mocks my poor attainment with a frown. I, looking up, as he is looking down, by his displeasure guess he still doth love me. For his ambitious love would ever prove me more excellent than I as yet am shown. So straining for some good, ungrasped, unknown, I vainly would become his image of me. And, reaching through the dreadful gulfs that sever our souls, I strive with darkness nights and days, till my perfected work towards him I raise, who laughs thereat and scorns me more than ever, yet his upbraiding is beyond all praise. This lover that I love, I call Endeavor. Sonnet 172. To Lovers. I have another lover loving me, himself beloved of all men, fair and true. He would not have me change, although I grew perfect as light, because more tenderly he loves myself than loves what I might be. Lo, at my feet he sings the winter through, and, never one, I love to hear him woo. For in my heaven both sun and moon is he, to my bare life a fruitful flooding Nile, his voice like April airs that in our isle wake sap in trees that slept since autumn went. His words are all caresses, and his smile the relic of some Eden ravishment. And he that loves me so I call Content. Sonnet 173. Lovers' Silence. When she whose love is even my air of life enters, delay being past to bless my home, and ousts her phantom from its place, being come herself to fill it. When the importunate strife of absence with desire is stilled, and rife with heaven is earth, why am I strucken dumb, abashed, confounded, awed of heart and numb, waking no triumph of song, no welcoming fife? Be thine own answer, soul, who long ago didst see the awful light of beauty shine, silent and silently rememberest yet that glory which no spirit may forget, nor utter save in love a thought too fine for souls to ignore or mortal sense to know. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 90. 3 Sonnets by William Caldwell Roscoe. The Poetic Land. The bubble of the silver-springing waves, Castalian music and that flattering sound, low rustling of the loved Apollyon leaves, with which my youthful hair was to be crowned, grow dimmer in my ears, while beauty grieves over her votary, less frequent found, and not untouched by storms my lifeboat heaves, through the splashed ocean waters, outward bound. And as the leaning mariner, his hand clasped on his oar, strives trembling to reclaim some loved lost echo from the fleeting strand, so lean I back to the poetic land, and in my heart a sound, a voice, a name hangs, as above the lamp hangs the expiring flame. Daybreak in February. Over the ground white snow, and in the air silence. The stars, like lamps soon to expire, gleam tremblingly, serene and heavenly fair. The eastern hanging crescent climbeth higher. See, purple on the azure softly steals, and morning, faintly touched with quivering fire, leans on the frosty summits of the hills, like a young girl over her hoary sire. Oh, such a dawning over me has come, the daybreak of thy purity and love, the sadness of the never satiate tomb, thy countenance hath power to remove, and from the sepulchre of hope thy palm can roll the stone, and raise her bright and calm. Like a musician. Like a musician that, with flying finger, startles the voice of some new instrument, and though he know that in one string are blent all its extremes of sound, yet still doth linger among the lighter threads, fearing to start the deep soul of that one melodious wire, lest it, unanswering, dash his high desire, and spoil the hopes of his expectant heart. Thus, with my mistress oft conversing, I stir every lighter theme with careless voice, gathering sweet music and celestial joys, from the harmonious soul o'er which I fly. Yet o'er the one deep master chord I hover, and dare not stoop, fearing to tell I love her. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 91, To the Harvest Moon, by William Stanley Roscoe. Read by Larry Wilson. Again thou reignest in thy golden hall, rejoicing in thy sway, fair Queen of Night. The ruddy reapers hail thee with delight. Theirs is the harvest, theirs the joyous call for tasks well ended ere the season's fall. Sweet orb, thou smilest from thy starry height, but whilst on them thy beams are shedding bright, to me thou com'st o'ershadowed with a pall. To me alone the year hath fruitless flown. Earth hath fulfilled her trust through all her lands. The good man gathereth where he had sown, and the great master in his vineyard stands. But I, as if my task were all unknown, come to his gates, alas, with empty hands. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92. 5 Sonnets by Christina Rossetti. Remember. Remember me when I am gone away, gone far away into the silent land, when you can no more hold me by the hand, nor I have turned to go, yet turning stay. Remember me when no more, day by day, you tell me of our future that you planned. Only remember me. You understand it will be too late to counsel then or pray. Yet if you should forget me for a while, and afterwards remember, do not grieve. For if the darkness and corruption leave a vestige of the thoughts that once I had, better by far you should forget and smile, than that you should remember and be sad. One certainty. Vanity of vanities, the preacher saith, all things are vanity. The eye and ear cannot be filled with what they see and hear. Like early dew, or like the sudden breath of wind, or like the grass that withereth, is man, tossed to and fro by hope and fear, So little joy hath he, so little cheer, till all things end in the long dust of death. Today is still the same as yesterday. Tomorrow also even is one of them. And there is nothing new under the sun, until the agency of time be run. The old thorn shall grow out of the old stem, and morning shall be cold, and twilight gray. The world. By day she woos me, soft, exceeding fair. But all night as the moon, so changeth she, loathsome and foul, with hideous leprosy, and subtle serpents gliding in her hair. By day she woos me to the outer air, ripe fruits, sweet flowers, and full satiety. But through the night a beast she grins at me, a very monster void of love and prayer. By day she stands a lie. By night she stands in all the naked horror of the truth, with pushing horns and clawed and clutching hands. Is this a friend indeed, that I should sell my soul to her, give her my life and youth, till my feet, cloven two, take hold on hell? Vanity of vanities. Ah, woe is me for pleasure that is vain. Ah, woe is me for glory that is past, pleasure that bringeth sorrow at the last, glory that at last bringeth no gain. So saith the sinking heart, and so again it shall say till the mighty angel blast is blown, making the sun and moon aghast, and showering down the stars like sudden rain. And evermore men shall go fearfully, bending beneath their weight of heaviness, and ancient men shall lie down wearily, and strong men shall rise up in weariness. Yea, even the young shall answer sighingly, saying one to another, how vain it is. Love lies bleeding. Love that is dead and buried, yesterday out of his grave rose up before my face. No recognition in his look, no trace of memory in his eyes, dust dimmed and gray. While I, remembering, found no word to say, but felt my quickened heart leap in its place, caught afterglow thrown back from long set days, caught echoes of all music passed away. Was this indeed to meet? I mind me yet in youth we met when hope and love were quick. We parted with hope dead, but love alive. I mind me how we parted then heartsick, remembering, loving, hopeless, weak to strive. Was this to meet? Not so. We have not met. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 93. 12 Sonnets by Dante Gabriel Rossetti. Read by Larry Wilson. Sibylla Palmifera. Under the arch of life, where love and death, terror and mystery guard her shrine, I saw beauty enthroned, and though her gaze struck awe, I drew it in as simply as my breath. Hers are the eyes which, over and beneath the sky and sea, bend on thee, which can draw, by sea or sky or woman, to one law, the allotted bondman of her palm and wreath. This is that Lady Beauty, in whose praise thy voice and hand shake still, long known to thee by flying hair and fluttering hem, the beat following her daily of thy heart and feet, how passionately and irretrievably, in what fond flight, how many ways and days. For a Venetian Pastoral, by Giorgione, in the Louvre. Water for anguish of the solstice, nay, but dip the vessel slowly, Nay, but lean and hark how at its verge the wave sighs in reluctant. Hush! Beyond all depth, away the heat lies silent at the break of day. Now the hand trails upon the viol string that sobs, and the brown faces cease to sing, sad with the whole of pleasure. Whither stray her eyes now, from whose mouth the slim pipes creep and leave it pouting, while the shadowed grass is cool against her naked side? Let be. Say nothing now until her lest she weep, nor name this ever. Be it as it was, life touching lips with immortality. On refusal of aid between nations. Not that the earth is changing, O my God, nor that the seasons totter in their walk, not that the virulent ill of act and talk seethes ever as a winepress ever trod. Not therefore are we certain that the rod weighs in thine hand to smite thy world, though now beneath thine hand so many nations bow, so many kings. Not therefore, O my God, but because man is parcelled out in men today, because for any wrongful blow no man not stricken asks, I would be told why thou dost strike. But his heart whispers then, He is he, I am I. By this we know that the earth falls asunder, being old. Love Sight. House of Life 4. When do I see thee most, beloved one? When in the light the spirits of mine eyes before thy face, their altar, solemnize the worship of that love through thee made known? Or when in the dusk hours, we two alone, close kissed and eloquent of still replies, thy twilight hidden glimmering visage lies, and my soul only sees thy soul its own? O love, my love, if I no more should see thyself, nor on the earth the shadow of thee, nor image of thine eyes in any spring, how then should sound upon life's darkening slope the ground whirl of the perished leaves of hope, the wind of death's imperishable wing? The Dark Glass. House of Life 34. Not I myself know all my love for thee. How should I reach so far, who cannot weigh tomorrow's dower by gauge of yesterday? Shall birth and death, and all dark names that be as doors and windows, bared to some loud sea, lash deaf mine ears and blind my face with spray? And shall my sense pierce love, the last relay and ultimate outpost of eternity? Lo, what am I to love, the Lord of all? One murmuring shell he gathers from the sand, one little heart flame sheltered in his hand. Yet through thine eyes he grants me clearest call, and veriest touch of powers primordial, that any hour-girt life may understand. Without Her. House of Life 53. What of her glass without her? The blank gray there where the pool is blind of the moon's face? Her dress without her? The tossed empty space of cloud-rack whence the moon has passed away? Her paths without her? Day's appointed sway usurped by desolate night? Her pillowed place without her? Tears, ah me, for love's good grace and cold forgetfulness of night or day. What of the heart without her? Nay, poor heart, of thee what word remains ere speech be still? A wayfarer by barren ways and chill, steep ways and weary, without her thou art, where the long cloud, the long wood's counterpart, sheds doubled darkness up the laboring hill. True Woman, Her Heaven. House of Life 57. If to grow old in heaven is to grow young, as the seer saw and said, then blessed were he with youth forevermore, whose heaven should be true woman, she whom these weak notes have sung here and hereafter, choir strains of her tongue, sky spaces of her eyes, sweet signs that flee about her soul's immediate sanctuary, were paradise all uttermost worlds among. The sunrise blooms and withers on the hill like any hill flower, and the noblest troth dies here to dust. Yet shall heaven's promise clothe even yet those lovers who have cherished still this test for love, in every kiss sealed fast, to feel the first kiss and forebode the last. True Woman, Her Love. House of Life, 58. She loves him, for her infinite soul is love, and he her lodestar. Passion in her is a glass facing his fire, where the bright bliss is mirrored, and the heat returned. Yet move that glass, a stranger's amorous flame to prove, and it shall turn by instant contraries, ice to the moon, while her pure fire to his, for whom it burns, clings close in the heart's alcove. Lo, they are one! With wifely breast to breast encircling arms, she welcomes all command of love, her soul to answering ardours fanned. Yet as morn springs or twilight sinks to rest, ah, who shall say she deems not loveliest the hour of sisterly sweet hand in hand? The Choice. House of Life, 72. Think thou and act. Tomorrow thou shalt die. Outstretched in the sun's warmth upon the shore, thou sayest, man's measured path is all gone o'er. Up all his years, steeply with strain and sigh, man clomb until he touched the truth, and I, even I, am he whom it was destined for. How should this be? Art thou then so much more than they who sowed, that thou shouldst reap thereby? Nay, come up hither, from this wave-washed mound into the furthest flood-brim look with me. Then reach on with thy thought till it be drowned, miles and miles distant though the last line be, and though thy soul sail leagues and leagues beyond, still leagues beyond those leagues there is more sea. Lost Days. House of Life, 86. The lost days of my life until today, what were they, could I see them on the street lie as they fell? Would they be ears of wheat sown once for food, but trodden into clay? Or golden coins squandered and still to pay? Or drops of blood dabbling the guilty feet? Or such spilt water as in dreams must cheat the undying throats of hell, athirst alway? I do not see them here. But after death, God knows I know the faces I shall see, each one a murdered self with low last breath. I am thyself, what hast thou done to me? And I thyself, lo, each one saith, and thou thyself to all eternity. Retro me Satana. House of Life, 90. Get thee behind me. Even as heavy curls stooping against the wind, a charioteer is snatched from out his chariot by the hair, so shall time be. And as the void car hurled abroad by reinless steeds, even so the world. Yea, even as chariot dust upon the air, it shall be sought and not found anywhere. Get thee behind me, Satan. Oft unfurled, thy perilous wings can beat and break like lath much mightiness of men to win thee praise. Leave these weak feet to tread in narrow ways. Thou still, upon the broad vine-sheltered path, mayst wait the turning of the files of wrath, for certain years, for certain months and days. A Superscription. House of Life, 97. Look in my face. My name is Might Have Been. I am also called No More. Too late, farewell. Unto thine ear I hold the dead sea-shell cast up thy life's foam-fretted feet between. Unto thine eyes the glass where that is seen which had life's form and love's, but by my spell is now a shaken shadow intolerable, of ultimate things unuttered, the frail screen. Mark me how still I am. But should there dart one moment through thy soul the soft surprise of that winged peace which lulls the breath of sighs, then shalt thou see me smile, and turn apart thy visage to my ambush at thy heart, sleepless, with cold commemorative eyes. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Sonnets by William Michael Rossetti. Read by Algy Pug. Democracy downtrodden. How long, O Lord? The voice is sounding still, not only heard beneath the altar stone, not heard of John, evangelist, alone in Patmos. It doth cry aloud, and will between the earth's end and earth's end, until the day of the great reckoning, bone for bone, and blood for righteous blood, and groan for groan. Then shall it cease on the air with a sudden thrill, not slowly growing fainter if the rod strikes here or there amid the evil throng, or one oppressor's hand is stayed and numbs. Not till the vengeance that is coming comes. For shall all hear the voice excepting God, or God not listen, hearing? Lord, how long? Emigration. Weave o'er the world your weft, yea, weave yourselves, imperial races weave the warp thereof. Swift like your shuttle speed the ships, and scoff at wind and wave. And, as a miner delves for hidden treasure bedded deep in stone, so seek ye and find the treasure patriotism in lands remote and dipped with alien chrism, and make those new lands heart dear and your own. Weave o'er the world yourselves. Half human man wanes from before your faces like a cloud sun-stricken, and his soil becomes his shroud. But of your souls and bodies ye shall make the sovereign vesture of its leagueless span, clothing with history cliff and wild and lake. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 95. At Lemnos by Thomas O'Neill Russell. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. On this lone isle, whose rugged rocks affright the cautious pilot, 10 revolving years, great Paeon's son, unwonted erst to tears, wept o'er his wound. Alike each rolling light of heaven he watched, and blamed its lingering flight. By day the sea-mew screaming round his cave drove slumber from his eyes. The chiding wave and savage howlings chased his dreams by night. Hope still was his. In each low breeze that sighed through his low grot he heard a coming oar. In each white cloud a coming sail he spied, nor seldom listened to the fancied roar of Oeta's torrents, or the hoarser tide that parts famed Trachis from the Euboic shore. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96. 6 Sonnets by William Bell Scott. Read by Jack Ball. The Universe Void. Revolving worlds, revolving systems, yea, revolving firmaments, nor there we end. Systems of firmaments revolving send our thought across the infinite astray, gasping and lost and terrified the day of life, the goodly interests of home, shrivelled to nothing that unbounded dome, pealing still on in blind fatality. No rest is there for our soul's winged feet. She must return for shelter to her ark. The body, fair, frail, death-born, incomplete. And let her bring this truth back from the dark. Life is self-centered. Man is nature's god. Space, time are but the walls of his abode. Below the old house, beneath those buttressed walls with lichen grey, beneath the slopes of trees whose flickering shade darkens the pools by dun green velveted, the stream leaps like a living thing at play. In haste it seems it cannot stay, the great boughs changing there from year to year, and the high jackdaw
haunted
eaves still here, the burden of the rivulet passing away, and sometime certainly that oak no more will keep the winds in check, his breadth of beam will go to rib some ship for some far shore. These coigns and eaves will crumble, while that stream will still run whispering, whispering, night and day, that oversong of Father Time passing away. Parted love. Methinks I have passed through some dreadful door, shutting off summer and its sunniest glades from a dark waste of marsh and ruinous shades. And in that sunlit past one day before, all other days is crimson to the core. That day of days, when hand in hand became encircling arms, and with an effluent flame of terrible surprise we knew love's law, the rose-red ear that then my hand caressed, those smiles bewildered, that low voice so sweet, the truant threads of silk about the brow, dishevelled when our burning lips were pressed together and the temple pulses beat, all gone now. Where am I, and where art thou? Seeking forgetfulness. And yet I am as one who looks behind, a traveller in a shadowed land astray, passing and lost upon the boundary of actual things who turn against the wind, and 100 simulacral ghosts to find, close following 100 pairs of eyes, shining around like phosphorescent flies, and all of them himself yet changed in kind. Those once I was, which of them now am I? Not one, all alien long abandoned masks, that in some witch's sabbath long since past did dance a while in my life's panoply, and drank with me from out the same flasks. Am I not rid of these? Not even at last. Experience. Steadily burning like a lamp enshrined. The Sanskrit says our lives should pass away. Even so, but how to guard by night and day? This priceless lamp, from the unknown god's wind, fans it forever joys and cares combined. The plague of fire and hail, in through the bars of this our prison house make constant jars. No heart of flesh can hold their powers confined. Not then for us in western lands is it, where every hour brings loads enough for years. Naked on contemplation's mat to sit, but woe to him who finds no time at all for questioning who sleeps in a festive hall, who finds no gains in long-remembered tears. A garland for advancing years. Wear thou this fresh green garland this one day, this white-flowered garland wear for love's delight, while still the sun shines ere the lessening light declines into the shadows cold and grey. Wear thou this myrtle leaf while yet ye may. Love's wings are wings that hate the dew of night, nor will he rest, still smiling in our sight, and still companioning our western way. Wear then this plain green garland this one day, to please love's eyes, else not for all the might of all the gods, nor any law of right, will he, content with age's disarray, For us pass by the youthful and the gay, and it were hard to live in love's despite. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 97. Ozymandias by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Read by Algy Pug. I met a traveller from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip, and sneer of cold command, tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear: My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 98. Sonnet number 205. A Chill in Summer by George Augusta Simcox. Read by Elizabeth Copnall. I went upon a meadow bright with gold, of buttercups which glistened on the green, of summer grass veiled with a filmy sheen, of gossamer, whereby a river rolled, his shrunken waters by a city old, leaving large space of poisonous ooze between, the herbage and his waves which were not clean. And in the air there was a touch of cold. Then my thoughts troubled me, I knew not why. But everything seemed still, and naught at rest. The sun grew dim, the faint wind seemed to sigh, the pale blue seemed to shiver as unblessed. White fleecy clouds came scudding up the sky, and turned to ashen darkness in the west. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 99. Beauty by Alexander Smith. Read by Agnes Robert Bear. Beauty still walketh on the earth and air. Our present sunsets are as rich in gold as ere the Iliad's music was outrolled. The roses of the spring are ever fair, 'mong branches green still ring doves coo and pair, and the deep sea still foams its music old. So if we are at all divinely souled, this beauty will unloose our bonds of care. 'Tis pleasant when blue skies are o'er us bending, within old star-gated poesy, to meet a soul set to no worldly tune, like thine, sweet friend. Ah, dearer this to me than are the dewy trees, the sun, the moon, or noble music with a golden ending. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.